Let's use that like behaviors. I go on song. Song.
Yeah. Welcome, fellow counselors and delegation in. We will get underway right now, just so we can make sure we get through this day. Any additions to the agenda?
No, I'll be fine.
I'm okay right now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, all right, from administration.
We have as addition the adoption of April 1st minutes.
Oh.
And then we have correspondence item 14.8. Like the withdraw. Central offer by town engaged. And we have closed session to add as well. That is a legal matter, RTS section 3218.
Oh. Do we want page 11 for your first?
That those were not business items, so I think
New business?
we don't have anything for new business. And we just have a move. We would like to ask you if you can move the tax filer item 6.2 to after the spring budget. Yes.
Any objections to the movement? Just reordering?
No.
6.2 will be after. It'll be after 6.2 will be after 6.3.
We do after 8.5 spring budget.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Great. Any other additions? Have somebody make a motion, please.
Lamont County Council adopt the April 14th, 2026 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
All right, all in favor?
In favor.
Carried. All right, we have a motion to adopt the March 24th meeting minutes. We check, read through them all.
Lamont County Council adopt March 24th, 2026 regular council meetings as minutes as presented.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. All right, we don't have a public hearing right now.
Email them to these.
One, somebody wants to. You've read this, this is just that special meeting that we have on the 1st of April. If somebody wants to make a motion, that we accept minutes as presented.
The Lamont County Council. County Council adopt the April 1st, 2026 special meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor? Yeah. Carried.
See over here.
Council meeting.
I don't know that I, but you're new.
Yeah, got me do a quick introduction. We'll start at the other side over there.
Council Division 4, the northeast corner of the county, the Andrew area.
John Hugens, I'm Central St. Michael area. I also am on your board.
Good to see you in person.
Yeah, it is.
Gerald Turoski, Division 1, Madera area. I'm also on your council.
I'm Aaron Wick. I'm Division 2, so I'm the southwest corner of from Lamont all the way down to the border along Alcon Park fence.
Neil Weddis, the northwest side of the county, Lamont, Riverheim, and heads to the river.
Wonderful. Good to meet you all. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. I'm James McDonald. I'm the executive director at Northern Lights Library System. So those who might not be, and for those in the room, may not be aware, Northern Lights is one of 7 regional library systems in the province. We cover the northeast, so all the way up to say Cold Lake and down to Wainwright, out to Morinville, up to Athabasca, Highway 14 area too. We have 63 participating communities. I say communities, not municipalities, because we actually have 5 First Nations communities, 3 Métis settlements, and 2 reserves. So I'm very happy to report that in January, the Kikino Métis settlement formed the local library board and joined the library system. That makes the 5th one. In fact, in all of the province, I think there are 7 First Nations that have local library boards. So local governance, members of systems, and Northern Lights has 5 of them. So we're very pleased to have them. We make the system that much stronger. So Northern Lights is, you can think about like a cooperative, those participating municipalities. I don't know of anything else where 60 odd municipalities are cooperating together in a shared agreement. We serve about 180,000 people up here in the Northeast. And so it's kind of, and we've been a member for quite some time, and so we appreciate that. So for those who haven't seen my presentations before, I try to keep them short and simple and straightforward. And I look at the circulation statistics in particular. The one thing we do, for example, is make sure to move all of this, the materials through. You'll get a van every day or every week. Sorry, one van run week usually to deliver books to your community and take them away and deliver them elsewhere. We're a member of TRAC, which is 4 regional library systems participating together. And your residents have access to over 3 million library items and a growing collection that's managed all the time. We do much more than the circulation of materials. I can talk all day about that. I won't. So I'll leave you with a copy of our service catalog. This has my contact information in it, but also kind of outlines the various things that we do, including, provide your libraries with websites and internet access and just a ton of stuff. So, but it's easy to look at the circulation statistics, as the numbers kind of speak for themselves. 2025, your community circulated 3,200 ebooks and e-audiobooks, which is pretty good. And you circulated 4,000 physical items to your community members, which is also not too bad. Actually, it's a kind of an interesting ratio. In all of the Northeast, we circulate about 800,000 physical items and about 150,000 electronic items. So you can think of the ratio there. Your ratio is different. 4,000 physical for 3,000, almost 3,200. It's almost 50-50. It's getting close. So your residents are taking pretty good advantage of the electronic resources, which is great. And that may just be proximity to physical locations of libraries too, right? So they're taking that advantage, which is excellent. Your library staff, the Andrew Library, the Mondare Library, and the Lamont Public Library reach out to our staff for help throughout the year. They reached out over 179 times. You can imagine you would need to hire more staff than you might have in those libraries right now. So, they take great advantage. Whether that's software help, that's ordering materials, that's policy writing, all of that. We employ professional librarians to assist your local staff members in the libraries as well. He also purchased about 511 new books in 2025 through Northern Lights. They can purchase beyond us, but when they order through us, we have quite the buying power, so we get some great discounts. You saved $3,100 alone in ordering through us. We know that's a real number because we record the retail value of books and we record what we actually spent. And I'm a librarian, not a mathematician, but I can subtract, so that's pretty straightforward. We save some good things in there, and then we do all the cataloging and processing to make sure those books hit the library shelves and can be taken out right away. To be a member of the system, you pay $21,639 in 2025. Not all that is gas and vehicles and wages. That also goes to capital. So $8,300-ish was set aside specifically for the purchase of books, strengthening the library system. Every library has a book allotment, we say, and so they can purchase new materials and make sure there's good stuff on the shelves for your libraries. I'm going to change it up a little bit here, talk a little bit more about, and hope that you'll explore your library's website, because there are a ton of electronic resources on there, not just ebooks and books, but a variety of things. So it's good to know as counselors what's available to your residents. And we try to make sure that everybody knows. I've got a couple of posters I'll leave for you. Hopefully, put them in some public spaces. You'll look. It's not like a movie poster, so hopefully it'll get to catch the eye of people like, hey, what's that? And what am I getting out of it? It features a few of the items we added just to the 2025. So we have quite done this, but kind of from the smallest thing to maybe a bit bigger things or more exciting things. So in 2025, we added to our electronic collections The Athletic magazine. So I'm not sure if you're into sports analysis, sports statistics. The Athletic is available online through your library. Don't pay for that. Use your library card. And so if you want to find out why we lost gold medal in Olympics, this is probably the magazine to check that out. We've added transparent languages like Duolingo. So this is for learning other languages. This is great for kids in school learning French or Spanish or something like that. But it's also great for people in your communities whose first language is English and they want to improve their English skills. It would be excellent there. We selected transparent language is because it also includes the Cree language. So if you want to learn a few Cree words, get to know your neighbors, maybe break the ice, that's would be the place to go. Of course, with your library card, these are all free. One of the things we've heard from your communities is, we don't have an infinite amount of money. And so, you're going to have holes in libraries for the electronic resources. I know I'm 43rd on the wait list for a particular book waiting for. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. So we started adding all access collections. These are collections of thousands of titles in various genre that there's no weights. So they're electronic, there's no waiting, they can just get them. There'll always be something, and they're curated. And so we have an all access romance collection, all access mystery collection, and all access comics collection. There'll always be a comic book available for folks that are not going to be waiting in line. And so they can get that again through their apps on their phone, their Kindle, or whatever they're using their laptop to access that. And finally, at the end of 2025, we added a cool resource called Canopy. This is a streaming digital media service like onto Netflix. It has movies and TV series in there, usually BBC type stuff, but tons and tons of documentaries. So if you're into documentaries, this is the place. You can get it on your digital, smart television. You can get it on your phone. You can sign up with your library card and unlimited viewing and watching, etc. So it's a really excellent tool adding to your community's quality of life. And for some folks who can't afford maybe a Netflix subscription or something like that, this is also excellent. But of course, you can't afford a Netflix subscription. That's great too. Just also use Canopy. So put that on your smart TV. So the library system is doing quite well. We work hard to make sure that we have relevant collections, stuff that your residents will actually use and want to do. We help with, like you say, just making your libraries much better than they could be otherwise. That's the power of the library system, is pooling resources, little bits of money gathered together. We can do something big. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and just give you a bit of a report on what the library system's up to, and I'm happy to take questions or concerns?
Do we have any questions for Tina? We usually get a report from the guys when they come after your meetings anyway. So.
Good. Yeah. Well, I send out a weekly report showing what's up, and so you can, stay on top of things, but we're located in Elk Point, so I know we always go through Elk Point. It's quite crazy with Metropolis, but if you're ever coming through, stop in at the library system. $1, we got a building for $1 there some years ago. We're very blessed to have that facility, and you're welcome to pop in and see all of the we're doing for your community.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, I appreciate your time and your presentation. We'll leave those with the ladies there.
Yeah.
Get them.
Okay.
I'll have somewhere for you around. It's a building here.
Hopefully, take time to check out the library website. Unless nobody finding you something.
Thank you. Make a motion that we take his presentation as information. That'd be great.
Library system being involved and then committee.
Perfect. All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. All right, now we have 5.2, delegation from Report. Taylor Osmond and
Aaron.
Aaron. All right. Come on up, Aaron.
Are you to present?
Yeah.
Yes.
We did an introduction earlier. You want another one or you guys are good?
I think
we're okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Can we see the presentation?
Yeah.
You can do a quick introduction of yourselves.
Yeah.
Sure. My name is Taylor Osmond. This is going to be my first field season at Epcor. So I'm really excited to be here. I was working in the biosolids industry in Ontario before moving out here last summer. But Aaron has been with Epcor for 4 years.
It'll be 4 this year. No, 3, sorry.
Yeah.
3. Third season working at the nuclear program this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, Aaron Nickel as well, biosolids technologist. Nice to have Taylor in our team this year. She brings a lot of technical expertise. Represent more the field aspects, so BC now we need that would be me. So.
Yeah. So, all right, next slide, please. I'm going to get us started with a little bit of an overview about our program. I'm sure that you guys know already what we're about, but I'll start from the beginning just in case you don't. So, biosolids are a nutrient-rich organic amendment for farm fields that come from the wastewater treatment process. And when they're used correctly, they can be really beneficial to the soil quality. They contain nitrogen, phosphorus, adaptive potassium, and a whole bunch of organic matter. And these macronutrients and micronutrients are really good for the soil. Next slide. This flow chart shows kind of where those biosolids are coming from. So it starts in every home of every Edmontonian and ends up at the Gold Bar wastewater treatment facility. These solids are separated out and the clean water is sent back to the North Saskatchewan River. Those solids are then piped through an 11-kilometer pipeline to the Clover Bar wastewater lagoons. And that picture isn't very good there, but my next slide has a picture on it and I'll run you kind of through how those different cells work. And then the majority of our material is land applied as a liquid and some of it is land applied as a solid or as a dewatered material. We don't have a permanent facility anymore, so we've been doing mobile dewatering for our biosolids. Yeah, can you switch to the next slide, please? So this is a kind of a layout of our cell system. The material coming from Gold Bar goes into cell 5 typically, and that lagoon is over 1 million cubic meters worth of material. So it's quite big. We had to buy a new dredge. That dredge has a 60-foot reach on it so that we can start to dig down into the deeper layers of that cell with the hopes that one day we can repurpose it for something else or even decommission it and move more towards an in and out kind of program. And then once we dredge the material out of cell 5, it goes over into cell 3 east. It spends some time there thickening up because we use a gravity thickening process. We decant off the supernatant into cell 2, and the thickened solids go into cell 3 west. And where you see that little red box there, the Nutrigold box, that's where our trucks are loaded. And then Larry takes them away to the field. And then cell 2, we allow that one to settle out as well, and the supernatant gets pumped into cell 4, and that's what powers our Austera facility. So we're making a finished fertilizer product and extracting some of that phosphorus out before we send that supernatant back to the plant to be treated to be sent back to the river. So we're really trying to utilize all of the nutrients that are present in that material. So once they're loaded in the trucks, then they head off to the farm. Next slide. Our gravity thickened biosolids are around 6% solids. So that's going to look similar to swine manure. That's pumped from cell 3 into our tanker trucks. And then those tanker trucks drive directly into the field. And they're moving through the field at a calibrated speed to make sure that there's a uniform application. And then that material is incorporated into the soil within 24 hours. A typical portage section takes about 7 to 10 days to complete, but we're not waiting until the end of that time period to incorporate that material. That's being done every day to make sure that we are responsible neighbors and we're keeping the smell to a minimum. But because those trucks are driving into the field, our application season is relatively short. It's just May to October, and that's because we need some pretty solid dry ground in order to get those in and out safely. Next slide. Then that brings us to our dewatered material. So that's going to have 22 to 25% solids, and it's going to look more like cattle manure. That is hauled in end dump trucks and spread with a manure spreader. We can also stockpile that material in the field, but because we don't have year-round dewatering, we're not storing it over the winter like we might have in the past. Now we're just kind of focusing on we can apply that season there. But this is going to have a wider operational season because we're using farming implements in order to do that application and spreading. Next slide. So our Nutrigold program, it has benefits for the soil and the farmers that work with us, but it also has wider benefits for the community. So like I said before, this is a free fertilizer that helps replenish your soil macro and micronutrients. It improves your organic matter, which improves the structure in the soil tilth. All of our participants get free soil testing as a part of this program because we're required to test the soil to monitor for nutrients and metals. So we provide that for free to the participants. They're also getting a free tillage pass when we go through to incorporate that material. But for the greater community, this also helps to increase the lifespan of our local landfills. So that means we're digging less pits for less garbage because we're taking that valuable material and we're applying it to fields so that we're actually making use of those nutrients that are in there. And this becomes an essential component of that circular economy because humans are taking all of these nutrients from the land in the form of food, and by applying these sewage biosolids to the land, we're now returning those without having to mine new nutrients or use a lot of these industrialized processes to produce these commercial fertilizers. We're taking our own organic matter and we're reapplying it to farmland. Next slide. And then for the farms that actually get this material, this is going to be an extended release of nutrients because we're not just applying your inorganic nutrients that are plant available right away. There's also an extended long-term release of nutrients. This is really great for farmers who have fields that they can't get to with their own manure because it's too far or just the logistics don't make sense. So this is a great way to get organic matter on some of these farms where you really need it, but you can't get there yourself. The material has an ideal carbon to nitrogen ratio to make sure that we're not tying up that nitrogen in the soil. It's at around 10:1 with sewage biosolids. And then that organic matter helps to increase the cation exchange capacity so that you're improving your nutrient and water holding capacity with that organic matter that's being added. And then that organic matter is also helping to reduce soil and wind erosion, soil erosion from wind and water. So I think that's it for me. Next slide. And I think we're on to, oh no, one more for me. So this picture just kind of shows you what the difference is in the application areas. It's a little bit hard to see with the red arrows, but those were kind of test plots where we were doing a little bit of an experiment to see what the differences would be. And you can see that there are lighter spots underneath where those arrows are, but the picture on the right-hand side really shows you how much of a difference there is between the buffer strips where we are not applying, because we're putting in buffers from roadways and other sensitive features to make sure that we're being responsible neighbors. But you can see the huge difference where that buffer strip got no nutrients from the biosolids, and then within the field you did. So it's quite a bit of a difference in the application. Next slide. And then on to Aaron.
Perfect, thanks Taylor. So I guess moving away from more of the higher level, linking the nutrients involved, I'm gonna be going over more, I guess, more of the logistical process regards to having an application, getting an application and everything involved in between. So I guess going over the first neighbor notification process. So prior to going to a field, all the houses en route to said field, depending on what route we end up taking, I end up dropping off a letter, end up talking with the neighbor along that road, letting them know what's happening. I have a formal letter that I signed. I leave my name and number there for them to call me if there's any issues that they may have. Their neighbors are encouraged to reach out if they have any concerns or questions with what's going on in their community. 9 times out of 10, it's usually just, when are you guys gonna be done? So usually it's like Taylor said, 7 to 10 days for a full quarter section, like perfect field, flats, no offsets or anything. So we're usually quicker than that. And everyone I've ever talked to has been really good. More often than not, people are just wondering what's going on because they've never seen the process before. Next slide, please. So road use. So a road use agreement is signed between Empire and Lamont County every year. We put a bond up for to have the road. We are committed to taking care of the road in whatever fashion it needs. We do both a pre and post inspection of the road before and after hauling. I'll be with Darby, at least I have been most of the year last year, and that's worked really well. We've had really good communication between one another. Prior to hauling, if the road needs repairs, we'll do it. And then we monitor the road throughout the hauling season. Like I said, if neighbors are noticing that the road's deteriorating, or even county members or whatever, I'm informed, and then I start the process to get that road fixed. If it's we're hard, we'll delay hauling us to not damage the road any further. We try and be as least of an invasive process as we can. And then, yeah, like I said, after the hauling's complete, we'll do one final inspection with the public works or a public works representative. And then if we're given the green light, then we'll move along. Oh, and one more thing, prior to the season starting, we'll generate a list of all our proposed sites with our proposed routes. We'll send that over to Public Works, and then we'll kind of have a two-way discussion on what the best course of action is to accessing those fields is.
That meeting's on the 22nd.
There you go. Next slide, please. So I guess just a higher level look at, so this is the liquid product called our thickened product. So average of 90 trucks per day. Again, this largely depends on how far away the field is that we're going to. We try to, and I'll talk about this in a later slide, but we try to limit, usually our operating guidelines are limited to 80 kilometers from our resource recovery facility. So on average, it'll be 90 to maybe 100 trucks a day. Most I've seen is 130 some trucks in one day. Again, largely weather dependent. Trucks carry approximately 30 cubic meters per load, And like I said before, the route is determined in collaboration with Lamont County. Thanks. Application process, so farmers, if they're new farmers, they'll either reach out to us or contact us by email. Or I'll usually reach out to farmers that have applied in the past, once their fourth crop rotation is, happened. So contact us and then I will initiate a field investigation. So that involves a desktop study. Basically I'll look up their land location on a field map online, look at the pipelines, access roads, what the roads are like. If they have dugouts on the field, whatever it may be. I'll do a field visit and then I'll, access into the field is a big thing. And then if I'm given the green light on that field, in particular, we'll go ahead with third-party soil testing. So we'll test the soil, largely for nitrogen and potassium, not potassium, phosphorus, and then, other micronutrients and such. And if the soil testing, is given the green light on that, then we'll move forward with application and coordination. So we test our biosolids and continue to monitor our biosolids throughout the season. If we need to alter our application rates, we'll schedule what works best for both the EPCOR and the farmer at the time, which I know can get complicated. And then varying from city to soil, we'll initiate the application itself. So guidelines for biosolids, these were updated in 2009, so they're a little bit dated. I know new guidelines are in the works right now. We're trying to move forward to operate under the new set of guidelines, just to, keep updated with the times. This involves, so this is on Government of Alberta's website if you wish to look it up. It involves site and soil characterization, which I'll explain in the next slide, I believe. Biosolids quality sampling. So we operate under the guidelines set out by the stream guidelines set out by the Alberta government. Involves application rate limits, depending on the soil type and how the soil came back. Minimum setback distances from certain features, water bodies, farmyards, cemeteries, school grounds, etc. So I guess a little more detail on this. So again, fields are evaluated based on criteria in the guideline. Typically, just because it's more cost effective for us, only class 1 fields are considered for an application. So you can see on the table there, class 1 is defined by, and these are just a few of the parameters that we go off of. So pH has to be greater than or equal to 6, has to have a certain texture. We prefer clay-based soils rather than sandy as a general guideline. Slope, usually in kind of a super hilly field, as we want to limit the movement of the biosolids. Depth of potable aquifer, so the water table has to be so far away. And then I guess with regards to the rate of application as well, the reason I say it's not cost effective for us to go to class 2, 3, and class 4 is a fail, obviously, but a full application limits or reduced application limits how much material we can move onto a field. And again, with the price of diesel, especially lately, it's very hard to try and justify going to, say, a class 3 field versus a class 1. Full application is around 20 dry tons per acre, per hectare, sorry. And then class 2 bumps it down to around 15, and then class 3 is it's more than half.
It's like 9.
9 point something per hectare. So again, their point there about the distance, this distance is flexible, again, depending on what land is available at a certain time. If, say, a farmer has 400 acres that are all free to go whenever we can, but they're 100 kilometers away, okay, we can make that call. But typically, as a general guideline, as we said, initially looking at new fields, we try to limit it to 80 kilometers.
So just to add to that, there's like a whole site selection criteria that kind of you have to meet all the set parameters, so there's like a whole procedure, so. Everyone has an equal opportunity, whether you're an Ecuador employee who farms in the area or a Lamont County, you know. Whoever you are, you can apply to get it, but there's like a, basically bottom line, a huge checklist that you gotta go through, and then you have to be in accordance. It is challenging, it's a lot of paperwork for biosolids when you think about it at the end of the day.
Thanks to you. Yeah, and then again, field access and road must permit truck traffic, so if the road, at least the proposed route to the site is not. Cannot take 100 tanker trucks a day for a week, for example, then we'll determine other routes, or we'll try and figure something else out. Thanks. Things to consider. So usually our operating season is spring, summer, and fall. Spring is a very, very tight window, especially with Alberta weather. As I'm sure you all understand. So usually if the weather permits, we can try and get some applications in prior to seeding. But then again, especially trying to coordinate with people's crop plans and seeding schedules and how we're doing it. If we're all up and running and good to go, it's very hard. Typically, most applications fall out of the summer or after the crop is off in the fall. Need relatively dry soil conditions as we are driving the trucks on the field to initiate the application. Medium to fine textured soils, so like I said, more clay based. We don't like the trucks getting stuck in the fields. We want to try and avoid that as much as we can. Minimum distances from environmentally or socially sensitive features. So in the guideline, there's a 200-meter setback for a school zone or a residentially zoned area. 30 meters for any water body, doesn't matter what it is, if it's a bayou, if it's a creek, a river, a marsh, what have you. If there's water present, then we go 30 meters away. Crop type restrictions and pre-harvest intervals. So typically the only fields we apply to are grain, cereals, canola, wheat, barley. Hay fields will apply to old pasture land, that's the word I was looking for. Frequency done once every 4 years or 3 crop rotations, that's set up by the guideline, that's the rules we operate under. And then I guess with relation to pasture land, we apply to lands grazed by cattle before 30, so you can't have any cattle or any grazing animals on the field until 3 years after the application, and that's outlined by the guidelines, so a couple of problems. Our commitment site management, so with relation to complaints and neighbor notifications and roads, this is kind of our general practice. Order complaints are promptly acted on. Often we don't have a ton just because that material is incorporated within 24 hours, as that second point indicates, and Taylor's previously indicated. The roads maintain pre and post inspection. Like I said, we'll look at the road before, after, and all the time during the application. If there's any issues, we will work as quick as we can to resolve those. And then the application rate is determined by the biosolids quality of the soil test. So like I said, before you can even get an application, look stringently at our analytical for our material, as well as the analytical of the soil. And if the stars align, then we can do it. Thanks. So I guess relating to the notification, the neighbor notification, I guess maybe not the complaint process, but if you have information, the best way to get I guess answers you're looking for, or maybe an outcome that you want, is to call either Taylor or myself directly. If that's not to your satisfaction, you can reach out to the counselor or a county representative. If it still doesn't meet your satisfaction, you can go to the province. But the last thing we want you to do is go to the federal government. And that's just because they won't address your concern in the way you want. Often we've had it just gets swept under the rug. Often the federal government has bigger things to worry about than say whatever the complaint may be.
So just to add to that, so when NRCB calls, essentially it could initiate an investigation, and so when you start an investigation. You know, there's a bit of a process and they're gonna collect information and they're gonna interview and they're gonna phone you. By this time, I'm already on another field. So it's not a very effective way for, I would say, your residents to get their complaints or their concerns dealt with in a timely manner, so. Yes, just to add, it becomes a federal process, so, it's gonna take a little bit longer to get the result than if you go right to Epcor, which is the source. The county, which would be Darby, I know he gets a lot of hot ticketed complaints or a lot of residents kind of hot under the collar. And then also our contractors are kind of the first base in the field, so sometimes they're gonna be getting the. Disruptive residents coming to their site, so we're gonna have signage, we have some new signage and stuff this year. So they're gonna have to do a check-in point when they come onto the site, so. I mean, it's no different than trespassing on somebody else's property, it's a workplace, and so you're expected to check in. There'll be signage that they can contact and check. So just to give some clarification, we're just trying to direct you guys how to complain best, because we all know Lamont County can be vocal. So you're not the only county that's vocal, just so you know, you're not special. Unlike Sturgeon County, Leduc County, Camrose County, with all the other counties that we work in, everybody's got a voice, right? So,
Thanks.
yeah, just sorry, Aaron, I just.
No,
wanted
it's
to-
fine, that was perfect. Thank you.
I've been involved in lots of the investigations, so they always go right to the biggest shit disturbers, so, yeah. It's me over here.
So I guess wrapping things up, just a quick overview, biosolids generated by Epcor and the residents of Edmonton, as Taylor was indicating with the Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant in our Clover Bar facility. Contain plant nutrients and organic matter supporting long-term farm productivity, strict guidelines for field selection as we operate under the Alberta government and guidelines set up by them. For biosolids quality and environmental protection govern our practices. We are committed to being responsible members of the community as indicated with our neighbor notification process, our road maintenance schedules. And what have you, and the land application of also to help create a circular economy and ensuring sustainability for future generations. And I think that's about it.
Yeah, and if you guys have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Helps us out when we get our phone calls. So, is there any questions?
People who need to hear exactly what's happening, and I have a lot of experience with angry neighbors as well. And angry neighbors are the same no matter where you are in the country.
Well, that's what usually everybody says is you don't have an issue until your neighbor has the issue, then you have an issue.
Yeah, and just being open and honest about what's happening in the process with the neighbor notifications, really that helps to dissuade most of the concerns that people have. Because at the end of the day, they just want to make sure that, you know, what's happening is safe for them and safe for their children. And that's what most of the complaints are about, like, you know, what are you doing and am I safe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And usually Larry and those guys are the first ones, because they're the first line of defense, it's us, our
Yep.
employees.
Yep.
First one to get pointed at. Yeah, for sure. Any questions for them?
Quick question on there, after your bioproducts and that, the next year, can the farmer use a straw from that field? And if you plant hay, it said 36 months, I think, on the one slide there that you can't use,
That's for direct grazing. I believe that you're able to, yeah, you can harvest it.
it can go to.
And you can use it like as a full hay forage,
The reason
you let
why
it dry
they-
anyway, right?
Yeah, and so it's a little bit weird because Saskatchewan, our neighbors. You can go on it after 8 months, and they're proposing this change in the new guideline, but it hasn't been adopted yet to 1 year post application that you can go back to grazing, so.
In Ontario, you can go back after 2 months, so it's different across the country.
It is different, but you can put it into green feed, and the reason why they say that is because of the heavy nitrogen that it could cause abortion in the cattle because of like the heavy nitrates, because we're putting it on a like a higher loading rate, because we're only applying once every 3 years. So it's typically like 8 or 9 dry ton an acre, and so then you're getting the equivalent of a slow release of 110 pounds of N over the 3 years. So in your first year, your equivalent is like somewhere between, I don't know, 40 and 50 pounds of N per acre that you would receive. So we don't recommend any crop production post that. We actually hope they're gonna partner with Pioneer and do some more research work with them this year. But essentially, you're gonna wanna reduce your N, planting your big crops like canola or wheat in first year 1 and 2 is gonna be your best option for biosolids application.
I'm gonna give you a pasture application, do you incorporate it, or is that just on top and let the rain wash it in? On a
We
pasture?
have to.
It's all
So
incorporated.
even on a pasture?
So you have, at the end of your cycle, when you're ready to renovate it.
So the negotiation would be that we're not gonna return your old pasture to like seed bed quality. So I mean, we'll break up the land, we'll apply the biosolids, and then we'll do 1 or 2 passes over, like whatever is permitted. To get that incorporated effectively, but I mean, if you have 30-year-old pasture, you might need to do more than 1 or 2. So, yeah, that's that always kind of gets a little bit, I would say, sticky with the farmer, where they're like, what, you're not gonna work my land for another month? I'm like, sorry.
By the time you work it up, it'll be a year anyway before there'll be anything but the grazing wise, so.
Yeah.
The timeline on pastures.
Darby, do you have any comments or questions back to Edward?
No, like you said, we've got a meeting. Our annual meeting's set up for next Wednesday. We've got a good relationship with Upcore, my 4 years here. I think we've got the process down really well. This year is gonna probably be a struggle with how wet the roads and the.
I don't think we're getting started on the fourth.
Yeah, so you see the school talking accumulate this afternoon.
No.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Yeah, from a public works point of view, my concern is the county's road network and ensuring that. We've had some lands, they just aren't able to get to because the roads won't have. Cannot have the line you can. Right now, we have a lot of roads in the street. So, site. In an ideal world, they're doing only sites right off the highways. That's very limiting for them.
well, and new last year, we have gotten a little more sophisticated over the years, and so we're trying to coordinate with your road maintenance or your road repair schedule. So if we know the road is gonna be up for repair, we're in there maybe working on it before the repairs, so that we're not destroying your really gravel roads or rebuilt roads, which I think is really important. So I'm a teacher, I've been here for 12 years with the program and 18 or 19 years now with that court. So it's really nice to see the new faces, so I'm gonna hang out at the plant and there, you'll see them a lot more in the field.
I'll just gotta keep it off the highways. I'd forever have sweep that off.
Okay, well, you know what,
Yep.
and that's good feedback, and so,
I think I've contacted a couple times.
Okay.
So.
and there's also,
it's pretty-
there's a new website and there's gonna be, so we do a feedback survey for farmers, but there's also gonna be a portal that you can go to the F4 website probably in the next month or so, where you can give us an anonymous complaint or, give us some information or provide stuff or feedback. So we're trying to get more proactive into, dealing with things hands-on. So we don't wanna wait till it's a problem for your counselor and, you guys are all stressed out. Doesn't make it fun.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
You know how many dollars worth of gravel you guys put on the roads last year?
It's the ballpark.
So those numbers, I would say like they can range depending, but it can be anywhere from like 80,000 to 300,000. I've seen in the upwards of that. So every site is tracked on how many hours we have for grader, water, gravel, where we source it and so forth. So if there's any roads in specific, we work directly with Darby to show just how many loads we did and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's really dialed in. I can tell you what road and how many loads and what day and hours. So
Yeah, I think the 1 year is over 375 grand, just the gravel and for gravel alone, so.
So we try to source all of our gravel from local
gravel pits and local gravel suppliers that meet your county spec. So that we're consistently putting down what you guys have put down, and we try to. Part of our reputation is we like to leave the road better than we found it. So then the people are, we're a very invasive option, but we leave it better. I think there would be roads that we did, east of town here, Oslashowski being one of them. We calciumed it, we did we're trying new stuff, we're droning the roads. We're learning what the road looked like before we started, we're learning the road looks like after we're done. We're trying to get very accountable to you guys so that you know that when EPCOR comes in and does the site, they're gonna do everything in their power to keep your residents engaged, and apologize for our intrusion, but your local farmers get that benefit. And if we can find a way to make this all work easy, I think it's a good thing. And I think we're trying to demonstrate that to you guys every year, an improvement.
I know last year you guys are at 170, I think it's 174 straight south of Hilliard. You guys went 1.75 miles north. I'm getting calls from people that don't even live there to get you guys to do more land north of the get. Honestly, you found the crown on the road and the 1.75 miles, you gotta hit the road. I got a couple calls this spring and said, can they maybe do more land and keep going north till they get to Hilliard? Off 16, so that's a good call, yeah.
Yeah, we have those phone numbers?
I was like, I didn't know I was in the.
But it's people that don't even have land there and they're asking, they'll name off somebody that lives on that road.
Oh, well, my number's in the presentation, you can hand it out.
So that's a good call yet, so.
Yeah.
I did, I didn't remember what the range road was. I did drive that.
Yeah.
On Highway 16 and, the road was better where the hauling was done.
After you guys were done, we went on a school bus all over the county and that is one road they picked and you could definitely see the difference of the buses going. And then when I got off that 1.75 miles or whatever it was, you could hear the bus laboring, so they got to stop on there, you see the crown, and then we went halfway to Hilliard after, and it's flat road holding water like a trough, so definitely an improvement for us.
Good to hear.
Nice.
Appreciate that feedback.
I spend too much time at the plant now, so I don't drive those roads anymore.
Look forward to call, Steve.
Yeah.
Two in the morning, did I get a hold of you?
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. Any other questions or concerns for the presentation? No. Perfect. Thank you guys very much for coming out. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
We had a new council, so I thought this was an appropriate time and we're getting it, more sophisticated with Darby and the road services group and maintenance. So, I mean, if you want this to be an annual thing, we can come back or, just when you get new council members, whatever you guys think.
It's definitely a good thing to come in.
It just-
Once a year.
It helps communicate the general message, so then you can communicate that to the residents too, because there is a lot of rumor mill and misconception about program and how to get involved, and there's really good avenues now to get involved.
Hopefully our staff is working, it's a good thing for the ratepayers to get the product, so
Great,
hopefully, that keeps working with you.
cool, yeah,
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Yeah, and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Don't forget to walk off.
You're going to the Nest to get a coffee. There's a lot of coffee shop.
All right, let's on to reach the council. Make a motion to accept their presentation as information.
I moved to the Lamont County Council accept the presentation from EPCOR, Taylor Osmond and Aaron Nickel on the limited application of biosolids to farmland and storage of nutrients as information.
Perfect. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
But I favor.
Carried. All right, moving on. 6.1 bylaws, amend bylaw 848.22.
Yes, Freedom Council.
Oh, sorry.
So, over 50% of our truckers are local to that.
Good to know, yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, that's good, that's a good point, yeah.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Recent Council, we have in front of you the bylaw 90026, that is the amendment to land use bylaw 82. We had the public hearing and it is in front of you for second and third. And you skip and that time one. This amendment. Okay.
So land use bylaw 8.22 was adopted by council in April of 2024. And in November of 2025, council heard from a resident who was having a hard time selling property due to the current second residence regulations. So as a result, council tasked administration with researching other counties do with proposed regulations that would allow for a second residence that's less restrictive. Administration reviewed 8 other county bylaws and put together bylaw 900.26. These new regulations will make it easier for residents to put a second dwelling on their agricultural parcels and expand the abilities of family farms. The public hearing was advertised for 2 on Lamont County website, as well as highlighted in the in-focus advertising in Lamont Leader in accordance with the Lamont County Public Notification Advertising Bylaw. The public hearing was held on March 24th, 2026 at 7 p.m. where approximately 20 people attended. Several spoke for and against the bylaw amendment, as well as many questions being asked and answered. The public hearing ended on a positive note, and those who attended seemed to be satisfied with the proposed bylaw. But at this time, administration is asking for council to approve second and third reading.
Okay. Any questions or comments? I feel it was actually a really good meeting. It was well controlled. It was people brought what they brought more forward, and some people actually had misconceptions of what was proposed and actually changed their mind by the time we were done. So
This is
yeah, and, you know, everybody was informed of it exactly the right way that it was going to go. So
Yeah, in the end, it was positive, right?
no. So is there any questions or concerns for moving forward the second and third?
No, not for me, no.
No,
Yeah, second,
okay. If somebody wants to make the motion for the second reading, that'd be great. Second.
Sure, I will. Lamont County Council gives second reading to bylaw 900.26 to amend land use bylaw 848.22.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We have everybody, okay with moving on to third and final reading?
Absolutely for
All
me.
right, so you want to make that motion?
That Lamont County Council give third and final reading to bylaw 900.26 to amend land use bylaw 848.22.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect, thank
Thanks,
you.
Michael.
All right, tax bylaw number 899.26.
Region Council, we have asked to table this item, and I just have a motion to table, so we have it in our minutes that it will be picked off the table after this.
Yes. Okay, we will move it and carry on with 8.3.
Sorry, could I ask you to make that motion to table the item?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can I have somebody make the motion to table the item until after 8.5 in budget, please?
Move to Lamont County Council table item 6.2 tax bylaw number 899.26 until after item 8.5 spring budget adjustments.
All in favor?
Carried.
All right, moving on, 6.3 tax installment payments.
With the council, the tax installment payment plan, bylaw allows, administration to manage cash flow with monthly payment towards taxes. This is the plan when you, and rather than sign up for it, you, pay a monthly installment to the county throughout the year and pay your taxes, throughout the entire year. It's divided, for the installments, and with the local can, specify Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. members of council. So this was discussed at the last committee of the whole meeting. So there hasn't been any changes from that committee of the whole meeting. Essentially, the updating this is to, one, get it up to today's requirements, but also to allow taxpayers to join the tip throughout the year, as long as their tax account is current. So we have proposed all 3 readings for this bylaw. This bylaw is not required to be added.
Perfect. I know for myself, I use it and I know there's maybe a misunderstanding that our councilors don't have to pay taxes or as much. We do. And mine comes off. I use this program too, so I think it's valuable for some of the ratepayers that can't make the one lump sum at the end of the year. It's a beneficial installment plan. So, any other questions or concerns?
How long has the county had this, when it was put in?
This one was from 2020. With this particular one is so. It is well received as Reed had mentioned. From the residents' tax perspective, yes, you get to split it over the months. It makes it easier from the county's perspective. It allows cash flow throughout the year, which is not normal if you don't. So tax files are once a year. This allows that January to June period to actually receive.
Hey, if nobody has any concerns, we can have somebody make first reading.
County Council, give first reading of the tax installment payment plan bylaw number 901.26, a bylaw that allows taxpayers to make their tax payments in a monthly installment.
Perfect. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah. I'm thinking.
Period. We comfortable making second reading?
That Lamont County Council gives second reading of the tax installment payment plan bylaw number 901.26.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. We're going to go for third and final reading?
Move that the Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to hear third and final reading of the 2026 tax bylaw number 899.26, namely bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible property.
Wrong one, right?
Yeah.
One down, 6.3.
6.3.
It's the one highlighted there. Oh. Yeah.
Unanimous consent to hear the third and final reading of the tax installment payment plan bylaw number 901.26.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
We can do the last one.
All right,
Lamont County Council give third and final reading of the tax installment payment plan bylaw number 901.26.
Perfect. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Thank you guys very much. All right, unfinished business. We have a rescue unit 5228, the repair or replace update.
The council, this comes back, it was discussed earlier in a earlier meeting, the purpose for this report is to determine the best course for action of rescue number 528. And Mr. Moore can take us more, can tell us more about this.
Thanks. Yeah, so as per council's direction, we had our internal mechanics begin the process of pre-inspection before the CVIP of rescue unit 5228, as well as the previously mentioned brake concerns. The mechanics also located significant rust on the frame and frame rail portions of the apparatus. Two outside independent contractors were brought in to do an inspection and look at the rust. And all three determined that the rust would significantly impact the ability to CVIP approve that apparatus. So my recommendation is we remove the unit from our apparatus fleet and look down the road to further direction on service level and possible replacement of that unit.
What year is this truck?
96.
How many kilometers on?
It's over 40,000.
40,000. What we did the inspection on it a year ago.
I'll go put that here.
What happened that year? Last year, they were able to CBI it. The reason I question this is because I run a plow trucks, they're installed 8 months a year. And we don't see this. I mean, we have 15-year-old trucks. So are you aiming for a parade quality truck here? Because this is crazy. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so those that are that hold the CVIP certification have stated that they will not approve frame as in the condition that it is. As per the motor vehicle inspection form that states any rusted or corroded to a depth sufficient to become weakened is what they've stated.
How often is this truck used?
It varies. It's a rescue truck, so it depends on.
So which fire hall is it out of Mondale, or it's on the highway every day? Or
No, it's out of Station 2 out of Brazil. And that's why at this time I'm ready.
So it's parked in Boomerang's truck, eh?
Yeah.
So we're not looking to replace it right now, we're just looking just to take it out of service.
Yeah.
How often is this truck serviced?
We meet the.
Like how often does it get a grease job, and how often is it serviced? Like how often somebody look at it?
So we have it on our preventive maintenance schedule where it goes in twice a year. To do its Bs and then it's CVIP once a year.
Anybody else got a question? I got a few more.
Well, yeah, has anybody
Okay.
this thing in 20 years?
So, well, that's probably, how about pre-trip and post-trip, who does that? The guys that are driving it, or who drive us?
And nobody's commented about rust on the frame or.
Not on the front.
No.
I can't believe they didn't notice it last EVIP that it started. So that's twice a year they get serviced.
Yeah. This one may go in just for a quick once over because it is not meeting the kilometer requirements for a full oil change.
So the rough estimate is $59,000.
On the frame wheels, yeah.
And you have pictures of this rust or?
We have them from from ours.
Because it would be nice to see what you guys are calling rust.
It's not me calling it, it's
Yeah.
So if we have this 59,000, what was the brake job? I think it was 18 or 19,000.
Yeah, so the county staff came back with that would be the parts that they would put on an estimate, whether when they pulled it apart, everything would be required or not. They determined the brake job would be right around that initial quote is how they would quote it out.
So we're looking at 79 grand worth of repairs to a truck that was on the road yesterday and today all of a sudden. If we take it off, it'll be inoperable, so we go to sell it. It can't be safety, so it's an inoperable truck, so we're gonna get 10 cents on the dollar for say.
Correct.
Cause it's gonna be plastic inoperable.
Yeah, so how does it affect our fire services if this one is not replaced at all?
It won't make a large impact to our service level.
We have enough equipment that we can suffice without replacing this one.
Is there any option for used units similar to this that are out for sale any place up on there, prices of used units?
We haven't gone down that path. Looking at I I think we put a pause in the replacement of this apparatus based on service levels.
We'll be getting rid of a truck and not replacing it, so. That one takes one of our fleet. Before we, I got a motion. Okay, Lamont County, we'll have to reword it a little bit here. Lamont County, Lamont County Council, Breakfast Administration, get a hold of Alberta Transportation in the Traffic Safety Compliance Department. I got a phone number. Okay, let's ask the phone number on to, the Alberta Transportation, the Traffic Safety Compliance Department to ask for, inspection of unit 5228. They come and, check the truck in the shop and the Protevex that we're doing.
So you repeat your motion.
Yeah. We might have to reword it, I might have to reread it, but Lamont County Council Direct Administration to contact Alberta Transportation / Traffic Safety Compliance Department.
Yeah, got it.
Ask them for, if they can come in and inspect unit 5228 and, they come and they do inspections, they check the shop, they check everything, so. We might as well, get ourselves compliant. And if this truck isn't, if the rust isn't bad, then maybe we can at least sell it for, it wouldn't be inoperable then. Because right now inoperable, you look at Ritchie Brothers, they go for nothing.
You scrap.
And Pioneer just took the frame rails off their tri-run this winter. There's a guy just out of town here. And I know it didn't cost $59,000, because they never would have done it, but took the rails off and they put new rails on. Yeah, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to contact Alberta Transportation Safety Compliance for inspection of unit 5228. And I'll give you how to get a hold of them to Christiane, so you can. All right, any questions or concerns with the motion? All in favor? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know that, we got it, but at least if we can get a little more money out of it. Yeah. Decide to take it out of, at least it's worth somebody using as a grain truck or somebody that's going safety. Well, even that hard, take a good service truck, some part. Yeah.
Amazing service.
So, thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, so 7.2, minor changes to the org chart.
Yes.
What's that, Christina?
Even council, this item is also in unfinished business because we talked about it this last meeting. And council directed us to bring this item. If you recall, we had talked about that the move of the community peace officer position under the emergency service. And we just gave in this report more background information. One of the CEO at the time in February did this. It was mainly made because it is unusual to see people, the community peace officer, to be back to the CEO. And the CPO has to organize a lot of things within emergency services. We have later on we have the policies also that we refer to the work of the peace officer with the emergency services, and their duties are often combined, and they have to apply a lot of their business under the same roof. So we have written down for you how why this was done by the obviously by the CAO without referring to it as a major organization chart change, because in our opinion it is a minor change that the CAO can do and just has to notify council that this change has been done. This is as part of the Municipal Government Act, Section 207. It's part of our Chief Administrative Officer bylaw 863, and also the personnel changes policy that. So what has been done? The effective tense was repositioned to work with fire chief, and the previous CAO felt that it was out of the scope a little bit to be done for CAO, as I just said before. It is not only that the information that the CPO has will be reported to the CAO if it's something that the CAO needs to know. The strong relationship between Lamont County Emergency Services and the CAO, we have mentioned that already, and it is a model where the emergency services include the protective services of the county, and it is common in other countries to do that. So the anticipated the CPO position mainly that will be added because we are expecting a turnover arising from the retirement of our current CPO would benefit from this change as well, because the more inexperienced CPO, especially inexperienced in Lamont County, would be guided and developed through the more experienced service staff. And the CAO can do that. Other change that I would like to bring up is that within the organization, without adding any position to the org chart, we just have restructuring our administrative assistant in to help the office of the CAO on the legislative service officer, and for the amount of work that has been added recently and in the past. I have a little example here that legislative services has increased volume of work since the last changes of the Municipal Government Act and Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. There have more challenges, more operational functions in the legislative services often to control the privacy information better and more efficient. And these involve steps. Also, we have noticed that as for the last years, this reporting period from April 30th, 2025 to just April 1st, 2026, we had 8 access to information requests. There were 2 in 2024, and there were 3 between 2024 and 2023. And access requests require very diligent work and a lot of file research that take a lot of work. Roxanne Hill has volunteered to help take this position, help out in the office of the CAO and the legislative services, and is now practicing to take minutes in council.
Okay, so we'll go with the first one for the CPO.
Yeah.
I did have a conversation with our CPO, and previous employment, he was under the community or the emergency service. He says that's normal, it's just more of a billing. he's mandated by the Alberta government. He's an officer of the provincial government. He works through the county, obviously, for enforcement. All he just wanted to clarify, we could get him in here when he comes in a little bit, he can clarify for you. He reports to the government and to the CAO. He doesn't report to the, like, any of the incidences, anything like that. I mean, we all know Derek and we've got previous CPOs that their job is their job. Doesn't matter who is breaking the law, who's not breaking the law. They enforce it and they make sure that the CAO is the one that knows about it. Their provincial mandate is to report to the CAO, not to just whoever emergency services is. So, any questions?
So all the reporting is there's almost what are they gonna do with emergency services for him? What are they?
There's a lot of reporting requirements that go to the same, to the Solicitor General.
Yeah.
That go through.
But I thought he said that he reports directly to the Solicitor General, so.
He does that and the CAO. That's who gets his reporting, but this here is just more of a timeline. It's for, so the way Mr. Wright has explained it to me is this, instead of him going to the CAO and saying, listen, I want this week off for holidays, or we need this, these courses I need to take to be compliant. And you'll see the long list of courses here that we need to approve for him in 8.4. The policies and everything, he just reports that to the emergency services instead of right directly to the CAO. But really nothing has changed for his reporting on incidents or accidents or anything legal or logistical wise. It's all straight to the CAO.
Yeah, it's all the administrative part of things.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just to line him up with days off or holidays or bylaws that need to be compliant with for himself. So he said there's nothing. Said really this is just a minor thing to go by. Usually this is how it's all done with other municipalities too. So
There's nothing in fancy job description.
No. Or is reported. He doesn't report any of this stuff to the emergency services. Everything's still.
So how much time is emergency services gonna be asking for to do this?
I have calculated the timing in the administration. I would come get back to you with that. How long the administration is.
No, the only thing I'm weary with, they were asking for a second deputy fire chief, and if they give them more work, then they're gonna really ask for it, and we can't afford it, so.
No, there was never.
They're gonna use this, if you say, now we need more help, more, yeah, it's the thing's gonna be tight here, so.
Did we ever get a current organizational chart lately?
No, where's
I know I've asked it before, I can't remember that with budget.
I believe that was during the budget.
Did we?
Yes. During the budget meeting.
Last year during budget, I think Mr. Boyko presented us with this.
Yes.
Yeah. So. Any other comments or questions or concerns? Somebody wants to make the motion for 7.2?
7.2, just a peace officer, right?
Yeah, just a piece.
No, it's both, it's separate.
No. Then we gotta discuss the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, right, so yeah, so and then with our change of organization right now that we're in the middle of, Christian's is obviously taking on 2 roles. So we just looking to help get her some extra help, which would be lady who's already worked for us. We're just putting more on her plate.
I think we're looking for an interim CEO on that position. I would wait till we have a new interim CEO and let him decide. If it's just a part-time thing for till we get the CEO, then everybody goes back to status quo. We don't want him to come here and then have to rearrange things. This way he can, or she can do what they need, my opinion. Just, we're gonna start looking at resumes, and I think advertising is out there now, so, bear with us for now on that position, and,
I thought it's just,
Sorry.
help for the legislative officer due to the changes. To for points this, to help.
Yeah.
Reassessing
No,
or anything else.
and I'm all for her having her train and be more, but, I don't see a position, and then we gotta eliminate a position or something.
no, in this, at this time, we're not eliminating or we're not adding another position. We're staying, we still, as you might recall, we have tragically lost, a finance clerk, beginning of last year, and we have replaced her. Miss Hill was hired, to work at reception. We find that we have less, frequency downstairs with people coming in. So still has initially offered to help with the procurement project, to train everybody on it and sometimes successfully. And now because the lesson service has moved back. Now, maybe something like that. So that's one thing roughly in an administrative assistant. In terms.
And I'm all for somebody learning more, but I was. If it's gonna be a permanent, like a position, then I'm not for that, but to help out, and then, when we get the new interim CEO, let's let him or her, decide what they. And work with the staff and get what you guys need and stuff. But her getting more training is an excellent idea for me, so, but it's just the position part.
At this time, I think the report says, as of April 20, we thought we could replace the finance clerk with with somebody that had applied to a teaching position that we were advertising. But that has not happened. So we're still as finance clerk as well. So she's doing a lot of different roles right now. So there's nothing that has changed yet.
And she'll report to.
If she would be under office of the CEO and the legislative services, she would be reporting to me.
Okay, good. Sure. As long as, like I said, as long as it's not a position, so that when the new person comes, they can organize their staff the way they need it and work with the staff to get what they need.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have some clarity on that.
Just as information,
Yeah.
there's no decision or a change.
Somebody wants to make the motion, so too.
Lamont County Council accept the report on minor changes to the organizational chart as information.
Okay, any other questions or complaints? All in favor? Carried.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so we have follow up on communication policy 7.3.
Yes, we had also, we had talked about the communication in the last meeting, and we were directed to bring some information. And my research, our internal communication practices and policies. I have attached to this report the employee code of conduct. And we have found this is the only policy that refers to communication on page 63, section 8 of the policy is public statements that refer mainly to what deputy was referring to. Other than this paragraph, we could not find any policy or procedure that directs employees not to or to talk to the media. And we found in our kind of questions employees, and they say some of them are not comfortable talking to them when they are program, or some of them feel that the communication that would be better suited to make a statement on a program or certain thing that from our county only. And this is the reason. Some of the reports not like to talk to me again. However, it's not written policy.
Repairs and people visiting the county and stuff, so nobody's being asked that they have to. But the problem is if there's something on there or Andrew or Lamont or wherever and newspapers there, give them the right to ask questions and stuff. They don't have to answer whatever it's whatever the council was, but it's a municipality. We're working for the people and stuff. The other one was must be in the council code of conduct where I brought up that the Reeve or Deputy Reeve or the CEO and the people watching news every morning in the city of Edmonton have the councils on every day.
Yeah.
That part I'd like to see changed, that all council were all treated the same, we're all elected officials the same way. We decided we give Deputy Reeve amongst ourselves, so just to open it up for them, so if somebody comes up, they don't stand there, can't talk, right? So I want everybody to be treated equal for council. And the staff thing, as long as they have a freedom of speech, put it that way, if they want to talk to paper, they can. Ag Service Board, Terry's having a speaker there and stuff, and the paper wants to ask a question. I want to open the door, we got to open the door policies when we get that.
Yeah, I think there was just a little communication breakdown that we had was, and I think Jerry can attest, and maybe Roy, I don't think you were on council at the time when we had the floods in 2018.
Yeah, I was here, yeah.
Were you here?
Yeah.
So, and this was, back then, I was an employee at the time, and I know Jerry was there, north up by Andrew. We had a major road washout. We were down in the bottom of it, and there was a bunch of media and everybody there, and they were asking questions. I think they were trying to ask you questions and everything too, and people were on site. And I think it's just an emergency situation is when we had that or the wildfires, is just to clarify what I understand of it is, then they would come to the CAO, or they'd come, we had the office set up in the Public Works office. They would come to either the CAO or the Reeve or the Deputy Reeve. I think were the three that were allowed to talk, just mention, you know, how things are going, so that we didn't have people going all over trying to ask employees while they're working, trying to get them to do it. So,
Yeah, I understand it's an emergency situation, but the paper's gotta use the common sense too, whether it's Vegreville or.
and it were ratepayers, it was everybody.
Well, that's right, so something like that is different, you have they come and you tell them, go talk to the Reeve or whatever, or the CEO and get it done, but I'm just saying in general, the way it's written there, that if we have something in St. Michael, the paper can't talk to Gerald and they're elected officials just like us, they're not any better than us, so.
Yeah.
And then same with the staff, if they have a bingo, an open door policy, so the paper's there, we just had a thing here last Tuesday or whatever, in the hall here on Kosha, the weed, and the paper's there, and wants to ask some questions so they can do a story. If the staff doesn't want to talk, they don't have to talk, I'm not telling them they have to talk, but the option's there for the paper.
I think that our policy, it does not say anything against the staff talking to their program if they're conducting a program. And if I may add to the council code of conduct, the only sentence that we have in there is that the Reeve is the spokesperson of council, and that is meant as a contact, as a first contact for media in emergency services, in emergency situations, anything like that. That the Reeve is the first one contact, but it doesn't mean that any of other councilors cannot.
So I thought because I questioned it when we were putting the policy, one of the policies, I don't know which one it is. But Mr. Deduke was here and it said the Reeve, Deputy Reeve or CEO. So to me, that's not right. We're all elected officials, all five of us are exactly the same, so.
I could not find that in a policy.
Okay,
Maybe that was the procedure that was done.
I'll look through my papers.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So right now, the way this is written, if there's a bingo in Mundare and the paper goes there, they can ask some questions and staff doesn't have to answer. We got all FCSS, we got near the town here, the paper's there, they can do a story and ask questions.
Please feel comfortable. talk about the things that they're doing, then they're certainly open.
Okay, we're, like I said, we're working for the public, we're municipalities.
Okay. So none of that's been clarified for us. Does somebody want to make the motion and report policy as information?
That Lamont County Council accept the report on communication policy as information.
All right, any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep, carried. All right, follow-up action report.
We can also you see on page 65, this is the 6 following the action item list as usual. Please let me know if you have any questions, we will try to answer.
Anybody seeing anything in the report that they would like to question?
Oh, there's nothing that
Mr. Moore already. Word and wish he was still here. I had a conversation with him yesterday, just in pertaining, it was with the interim CEO also, about some of our fire apparatus. What I don't think we even understood is, already our fire apparatus, we buy, we cover the cost. But as of last year, all our purchases for 2025 were covered by government grants. We applied for them after the fact, and our fire apparatus was paid for by the provincial government grants. Oh, provincial and federal, I think it's federal government too, isn't it? Right?
No, those mostly provincial.
Just all provincial,
Yeah.
so.
The LGF grant me.
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring that forward because that's actually a positive thing. Everybody thinks that the county's footing the bill for all of it. We do the initial payment, but a lot of the money is actually granted back to us, so. Last year we paid 0 for apparatus and equipment.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, so that's good to hear. That was one of the things that the fire chief had brought forward at a conversation, so.
How are we doing with Bill, the pump, turning up the pump and stuff there? Are they gonna be getting on it?
Or if he's not here, you know.
Yeah, we could get back an estimate when pretty soon. It'll be the summer ready, and it's gonna be everything all at once this year. Everybody's gonna start at the same time.
That was about it. There was no item number for that one, no. Yeah, just so you know that it wasn't part of what I have to do.
Number 20.
Oh, yeah, it's in progress, so.
Yeah.
Where-
I mean, we didn't have the time. We didn't have for them.
Yeah.
Last week, but.
Okay, any other items brought forward or concerns with the follow-up action plan? Please.
Move that Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for April 14, 2026 as information.
All right, any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Okay.
5 minutes, right?
Yeah, let's do a, you know what, let's do a
10-minute break.
yeah, 10 minute, we'll do 10 minute. Carry on. 10:48, 10:50, go 12 minutes. Yeah, you got 2 darts in you now.
No, break too.
right, welcome back, everybody. Reconvene at 12:50 or 10:51, sorry. We'll carry on with new business, councillor conference attendance.
We can council, this is a request, that was brought forward from Councillor Borowski to attend the Community Crime Prevention Association conference and workshop from May 4th to 6th. Since this event is not on the conference attendance policy, this needs to be brought forward to council.
Okay, so we all know that we have crime everywhere. And we have crime prevention programs going on in our county. Mr. Soroski is volunteered to go down to this Crime Prevention Association conference. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about him going down? Somebody besides your own make the motion.
Sure. So for our Clark County Council approved Gerald DeRose's attendance at the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association workshop and conference in Calgary on May 4th to 6th, 2026.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, sure. 8.2, we're gonna rescind the policy for property sales and reserve bids and conditions of properties for sale.
Freeman Council, this was brought forward to the committee of the whole in the last meeting. And Mr. Boyd is here to ask to rescind two policies.
Yes, yeah, these were discussed committee of the whole, no changes have been made since the last meeting. Any questions, concerns?
Well, remember, this is pertaining to a couple of the sales that we've had, or potential sales we've had to some property we've acquired through tax. If we rescind them, it kind of takes the liability off us to have to maintain and operate these properties. Gives us the right to be able to sell them for as close to fair market value as possible, but it gives us the discretion, so. Any other questions or concerns? All right, somebody wants to make a motion for the first one? 4161.
And move that Lamont County Council rescind policy 4161 property sale.
All right, there's no questions or concerns, all in favor? Yeah, carried. And then the 4154, those are bids and conditions and so.
The Lamont County Council rescind policy 4154, reserve bids and conditions of sale.
All right, questions or concerns, all in favor? Yeah, carried. All right, policy review and update.
Freeman Council, this is a policy that was also brought forward to the committee of the whole in the last meeting, and there's an update to a policy titled Capital Efforts. And Mr. Boyd.
Thank you. So yes, this is, there really is no change to this policy, it's just updating the format. The need for this policy, you'll see, is on page 91, and it's required in accordance with Public Sector Accounting Board Standard 3150. 3150 defines what tangible capital assets are and what we as a county need to have.
In favor? Period. We need a motion.
You made that?
Sure, Lamont County Council approved the updated policy 4163 annual capital assets.
Right, all in favor?
There we go.
Sorry, guys.
I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, jump the gun a little bit.
Then I quickly check.
All right, 8.4 is community peace officer policies.
I quickly check your piece.
Okay, we'll keep, all we'll do is just explain A lot of these motions are that he needs through us to operate through the Solicitor General. And it is for everything that he needs to carry for his person and vehicle. The fence baton, he needs to know it for a camera, he needs to know it for communication, monitoring, he needs to know it for traffic safety times. This is all Mr. Wright's in his scope of work.
Are you guys talking about Mr. Chairman? Can we ride it with some?
Yeah,
But just a little one.
Oh, my God, that's all we can afford right now.
Yeah. Do your best.
All right, Mr. Wright, how are you?
I'm very good, sir. So, again, the request for the update to policies. There's some that were not in place when I arrived, and through an audit with the province, I was required to implement them. And this is just a time that I'm going to do all of the updates. Some were 2013, some were still in draft format. All these policies are these that are required through legislation and regulations set up at the province, such as the use of my body armor, my body worn cameras, how I retain those images, where they get stored, who has access. Send in my training for my OC spray, my defensive baton, how often I have to go through training. They have to be a qualified instructor certified through the province of Alberta, and the durations of those qualifications, how they last. And also, same thing as the use of shotgun, of course, my duties. Exhibit handling, when I seize exhibits, how they're stored, who has access to them, the duration that they're kept prior to a trial. So that's just all, this is just an update. There's nothing I'm trying to slide through. This is just everything I'm mandated to do by the province, that I have to have a policy for.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. It's good that we're keeping everything all up to date and then makes everything mostly compliant.
Well, we can use behind a couple of them.
Yeah.
We're there now.
So, yeah.
10 years away, I had no crime, now we did that. With the rules.
Okay, so we've got about 10 or 12 of them here. We'll go through, and if you guys want to start reading them off, we can start making them up.
Sorry, Reeve and Council, I just would like to ask to approve the policy 4208 as amended, as they have the policy refers to the FOIP Act and not to the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I will have to change that. That's a grammatical change. And
What they do on?
that's, oh, sorry, page 138.
Sorry.
38.
It's not FOIP anymore.
It's not FOIP anymore. This is just a wording. It is not a change of policy. It's ATIA and FOPA now.
Yeah.
Instead of Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So starting off with 4190. South Dakota conduct. You want to make that motion, please?
I can do that. Lamont County Council approve update policy 4190 peace officer code of conduct.
All right, all in favor?
No.
Carried. Next one. 4191.
Lamont County Council approved policy 4191, emergency response pursuit.
All right, all in favor? Carried.
Can't chase white pickups.
Or yellow ones.
Yes. All right, policy 4192.
Lamont County Council approve updated policy 4192 exhibit handling.
All right, all in favor? Carried. 4193.
I move as Lamont County Council approve updated policy 4193 use of OC spray.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. 4194.
I'll read it too. Oh, here we go. Lamont County Council approve updated policy 4194 public compliance discipline. Public complaint discipline and informal resolutions.
All right, all in favor? Carried. 4195.
Lamont County Council approved updated policy 4195 reporting requirements to Director, Public Security Peace Officer Program.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 4196 shotgun. Yep.
There we go. Lamont County Council approve updated policy 4196. Shotgun.
All in favor?
Double barrel. One's got pepper, one's got lead.
Yeah. 4197 traffic safety plan.
Also, the policy 4197, traffic safety plan.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 4198 report management system. Make motion that Lamont County Council approve policy 4198 report management system. Optional. Operational. Sorry.
They're all getting.
I said option. It's an option.
Don't worry, Floyd.
All in favor?
Next one. Yes, we all in favor, yeah. Carried. Municipal enforcement level.
Lamont County Council approved policy 4199, municipal enforcement level of service.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. 4200.
That Lamont County Council approved updated policy 4200 records management system, CPO.
Perfect. So all in favor? Carried. 4201 defense batons.
Lamont County Council approve updated policy 421 or 4201 defensive baton.
All in favor? Carried. 4208 body worn cameras.
I move that Lamont County Council approve policy 4208, body worn cameras.
All in favor? Carried. Policy 4209. Make a motion that Lamont County Council approve policy 4209, known risk. All in favor? Carried. One last one, 4210.
Lamont County Council approved policy 4210 communications monitoring CPO.
All in favor? Yep. Carried. You're compliant. There you go. Thank you, sir. All right, 8.5 spring budget adjustments, final adjustments.
Frequent council, Lamont County budget for 2026 fiscal year on December 16, 2025. We previously talked about some adjustments that have been made, and it's a point for the to explain further.
Thank you. So, yes, this is the adoption of the adjustments that were discussed at the last committee of the whole in regards to the budget adjustment. So you'll see that the background information on 144 and 145 hasn't changed at all. Just want to highlight a couple of things that that have come up in the last couple of weeks that council should consider. Looking at the expense side of things, the fuel costs with this recent jump in the price of fuel had the management team look into what this could affect, and we're estimating that it could be. I was sticking on some post upwards of 143,000 that we may be over budget if the prices stay the way they are. So this was not a forecasted increase, and for all information, it's supposed to be a short-term one while the war in Iran is going on. However, that's something that we can monitor throughout the year. If we were to budget for that increase, a 1% increase to test rates is about 41,000. So we would need to increase the tax rates significantly. We do have, if you look on page Page 148, we are forecasting a operating surplus of $519,000. So we can absorb that over budget amount in that surplus that's existing. We also have not budgeted for the any severance that is going to go along with our recent organizational change. Again, there is always some gaps in hiring that we may see. So this is something that council may want to just again use that surplus for. If those two items were put into the surplus and came to fruition, 250,000 for the surplus and 143,000 for the fuel, we would still be in a surplus position of 126,000.
Just to take a note here, Rodney, the decrease in the landfill requisition of almost 5,000. If you probably.
Yes.
Want to see the new requisition.
Yes, so I'll get to that right now.
Okay. Because
You're one line.
Myself.
Yeah. You're one line ahead of me, so
Okay.
yes. So the landfill requisition is both an income and an expense. So there's really no effect on the surplus. So we do have that we will be adjusting the tax bylaw for. There's really no need to adjust the budget because it's a nil effect on the book. So.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yes, so, and basically timing of when we were able to receive that from the landfill manager didn't fall in line with the timing of getting this budget item onto the agenda.
And fuel was a big issue in that one as well.
Yes, so, and we don't, like I said, we don't know where we're at. I did check with Public Works in regards to things like the gravel haul. Most of the gravel haul was done in 2025 and as well before the prices jumped up, so there's no concern there. The forecast is for a dry summer, so we'll be using our internal forces for the gravel haul. If that changes, then we'll come back to council and adjust council at that time. One of the other things that, so a month ago, we were given a increase for the policing model costs. That came in a couple of days ago, and the increase was not 60,000 like they predicted, it was about 3,000. So again, we could just use that to offset. So so we will be under budget on the police model costs. Interesting that it came from the same place a month ago, that there was going to be a big increase, but so the increase that we do have, they had said it would be
304,000.
Originally they said 364,000.
Yeah.
It's the actual invoice came in and it's 306,000. So, not sure why we bumped it up based on last year we were at 308, I believe, something like that.
What is that on again? Sorry.
The police funding. And that is, if you want to look on the actual budget, you will see that on page.
151.
Yes, and it has the little number 4 beside it. It's right at the bottom of contract, total contract for dental services. So we had budgeted 304 in December. The March told us that it was going to be up 60,000, and April told us it's going to be 306. So there'll be a $60,000 surplus, so that can offset some of those fuel items and stuff, things like that. So no real concerns in needing to make an adjustment unless council would like to. And yes, the landfill requisition. I have it in front of me. Yeah, I'm going to. The landfill requisition will be 310,938. And we budgeted. It's not significant because it's both revenue and expenses.
What are we doing with the potable water? Leaving it or?
Discuss that, yeah.
Water,
The letter from the John to water rates.
right, that was discussed in December, I believe.
No, because that letter didn't come till January.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Well, we did increase water rates by 3%, so to offset that, so.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those things with potable water, to get to a full cost recovery would be a significant increase. So I think this is one of those that, council may want to, weigh the benefits of trying to push that rate up to cover.
Well, the 2 cent letter that dropped.
Yeah, so
So
our rate is $1.88. What we, Jonathan Duke dropped to $1.75. And I think in conversations a little bit, we'd like to stick around the $1.80 kind of mark so that we have some kind of a reserve to start being built, so that if we have an issue like we had with Andrew Waterline or whatever, or any maintenance to our pumps or anything at our water stations, we have the ability to have a reserve built.
Yeah, and based on that type of discussion, yeah, it's not just the water costs straight through, there's all of the other maintenance that's there, utilities, you know, on the site, that kind of thing, so staffing, so there is a number of other costs. We are looking at a deficit in the water department already, even with that.
Well, I know, and the water rolling's in the hole, but when Lamont had their meeting, they made that letter public.
Yeah.
That people seen it, doesn't matter, questioning if we're gonna do something. They said significant this year and the next 2, a little less, even more. So I'm questioning.
And that's totally up to council. Council wants to increase.
I think what we'll end up doing is bring that to you at the next meeting, is just discuss water rate. Yeah, so we know we're gonna set ours and figure where we're gonna go, because like John had to set us at a 3-year fixed rate.
But yeah, they got, in that letter, I don't think it said an amount, they said.
Yeah.
Oh, they did that?
They set it to $1.75 for the next 3 years. But all right, any other questions for the spring adjustments?
That, for the fireman equipment, the grants, where did that come in here?
Is it going?
Well, it's a capital grant, and so if you flip to page.
152.
Actually, see it on page 156, is where we look to fund all of the capital equipment. And you see that the LGFF grant is $1 million that we apply to it. And you'll see the wording in red as to what is funded by LGFF.
Or I was saying when I spoke with the fire chief, see now how majority of it is funded by the LGFF.
So yeah, so the ones in particular that Reed is pointing out are fire 2026-01 and -02 in that first column. You'll see 150,000 and 92,000 are funded by the LGFF. We also have some of the motor graders that are that, as well as the Kubota tractor.
That's nice to see.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of that comes back. You initially funded it, it's nice to see. Everybody get a chunk of that.
Any other questions or concerns with the budget?
Maybe, sorry, just one, on that same page in purple, you'll see the insurance proceeds.
Yeah.
We did receive the final statement claim, and it's $455,000. So,
Even better.
yeah, so slightly less, so nothing that, that's worth amending this for, but, yeah, so we have received that now, so
455,000.
that's great.
Council on the 2026 operating budget for operating revenues to 28,282,703 including reserve transfers. Operating expenses of $30,690, no, $30,690,916, including amortization of 2.927 million.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. So now we'll go back to 6.2. We have moved over. 6.2 starts on 32. Right?
Yeah, we're there.
Yeah. Tax bylaw number.
Yeah, Lamont County Council lift item 6.2 tax bylaw 899.26 off the table.
Okay, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
Thank you.
Carried, now we go back.
No, back there.
So this is our annual bylaw with number 899.6 this year, and it's the what will back to us.
Right, thank you. So, yes, we're on page 32 to 33 of the package. Just a note, when we printed this, the resolution wasn't available for the landfill, so we'll be asking for first reading. We'll make a motion to adjust the tax bylaw, and then we can have second and third reading after that. And so just for some of the items to bring forward, the time of December 2nd and 3rd, the agreement was to have a 2% increase to residential and farmland rates. The budget was approved on December 16th. Again, on March 24th, council was presented with the spring adjustments, which we just passed. And so you'll note that the bylaw contains a surplus of 519,000 before minimum tax calculations. So fairly straightforward for the councillors that have returned. For the new councillors, this format is straight from what municipal affairs asks us to do on that. So you'll see in the top what the requisitions are on here. So we do requisitions for the Alberta School Foundation Fund, designated industrial property in the Lamont County Housing Foundation. The assessment, and I'm on page 35. The assessment is $1.4 billion. And you'll see the breakdown between the different categories. For the public and the councillors' knowledge, machinery and equipment is slightly different in that all the other categories get the requisitions for the School Foundation and the Housing Foundation. Machinery and equipment is one that does not qualify for the School Foundation requisition. So turning to page 36, you'll then see the breakdown of those levies and how much revenue we're receiving from that. So receiving in municipal is 19,067,000. Municipal waste, this says 285, our amendment will be to change that to 310,938. And then we have the school foundation, 4.2 million, designated industrial property, 36, and that. What that requisition is for the assessment services for the designated industrial property. And then the Lamont County Housing Foundation of 603. We also have a minimum tax per parcel of $100. And so that is for all types of property, whether it's residential, farmland, machinery. Anybody who doesn't have an assessment would bring up that rate to $100, gets that $100 minimum applied. So we are asking for all three readings. If council chooses to not, we can always bring that back, but this particular recommendation is to do all three readings for the tax. So as I said, we'll ask for first reading of the bylaw, and then we have a motion to amend the municipal waste expense.
All right, any questions or concerns?
Last year we added that fire firefighting one, is that this supposed to show up on here too or no?
That at that time, we did not have it as putting a separate line on this on bylaws, so the increase in rate, it was an increase in rate. So that the rate went up to offset the reduction of billing for residential fires. And so that's included in the 2% increase. So we're taking that and we're doing another 2% increase as discussed.
Did we have for the firefighting year? So like he'll give us a full budget of what it cost us last year with the breakdown.
Yes, I believe we talked about a little bit with the auditors last meeting, but we can
I don't think there was a number that was involved in that. That was the only thing. I just want to know what the fire.
Absolutely,
what actually cost us.
so we can bring that back.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, we need a copy of that count.
Yeah.
Operating.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Cause I know. We got that email what was spent on capital.
Yeah,
That was.
but there was no operating with that also, right? So that's
what
like,
it's. Under a million.
Yeah.
Nine something.
yeah. Around 30 something, I think that was what I saw, but just the total overall cost.
We can get it under operating.
Yeah.
Or, well,
Just happened to have for committee of the whole discussion, the December 31st financial statements on page 185. Fire, the revenues was 1.9 million, expenses was 1.7 million. So a surplus for the year of 185,000. But that would also include the LGFF and the MSI capital grants in there. So I can have those pulled out. So that
What are those figures again, Roger?
page 185. If you look at protective services. $1.940 revenue. Like I said, that includes the LGFF and SI revenue flow through there.
Yeah.
And the expenses of 1.755 compared to a budget of 1.9 million.
185,000.
So we were about 91% spent on fire expenses last year. Again, like I said, that number is for revenue is a little high because it's got those grant numbers in that. So I'll come back with the better revenue number for the next meeting. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Can we just do a report on that?
All right, clear as mud.
Yeah, we don't need a motion on this now. To make up.
Okay, so if everybody's comfortable with the first reading, if somebody read that off for us, please.
that Lamont County Council give first reading to the 2026 tax bylaw number 899.26, naming a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2026 taxation year.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, so now we'll make an amendment.
It's on the screen.
Okay,
To Lamont County Council amend bylaw 899.26 to read municipal waste expense tax levy of $310,938 and a tax rate of 0.002148.
all right, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. We're moving on to the second reading. I'm gonna make the motion.
Sure, Lamont County Council gives second reading of the amended 2026 tax bylaw number 899.26, namely a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2026 taxation year.
All right, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. All right, we're looking for unanimous third and final reading, or before third and final reading.
Bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2026 taxation year.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Carried. All right, third and final reading, 899.26.
I move that the Lamont County Council give third and final reading to 2026 tax bylaw number 899.26, namely a bylaw to authorize rates of taxation against accessible properties located within Lamont County for the 2026 taxation year.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yes, carried. All right, thank you guys. We will go back to 8.6 now, keep carrying on.
Yes, also, sorry.
Go ahead.
This report is to discuss the coffee talks, the council coffee talks. And the schedule was amended. I think we have to amend it again because one appointment is very soon. As council did last year, the coffee talks are nice opportunity to talk to residents and residents who come to the council. Discussion between councillors and the public were successfully in engagements in 2024 and 25. Council hosted the coffee talks in small sessions with the public, and with 4 sessions completed in 2024 and 5 sessions in 2025. The intention was engagement in each division to allow the public opportunity to ask questions and receive clarifications. The talks hosted by the councillor were also attended by the reef and deputy reef and administration, scheduled based on councillor availability. The summaries were posted online and in social medias. And at the November 2025 council meeting, council approved the schedule for 2026, however, decided to informally hold off sessions until after March 10 town hall event. And below on this report, you see proposed new dates for sessions, and venues and times are to be determined up to councillors' preference and availability. Council may want to consider feedback from the town hall sessions where discussions of who attended these sessions came to question, and the discussion included attended by the division councillor with administration support, or reeve and deputy reeve and division councillor with administration support, or division councillor and other councillors with administration support, or division councillor only without administration, or reeve and deputy reeve and division councillor without administration. And set up by the councillor only, date and time provided to communication for advertising, and notes provided to communication of topics covered for additional transparency to the public. If you can let us know if these dates work for you, council may also continue to host annual, biannual, triannual, and quarterly town hall meetings with all of council. This format could include all councillors on stage, or councillors set up in a larger hall in 5 areas with table to have casual conversations with each division. Now, this tentative schedule, as I mentioned earlier, shows Division 4, April 15th, 16th. That would be tomorrow, and nothing had been arranged yet. So I think we would have to reschedule that.
That's good. You ready for tomorrow?
Yeah.
This report was originally written in February.
Yeah.
It did not came up to council until now. I apologize. We would have to find a more suitable date for Councillor Annika to host a coffee talk.
Mine definitely has to be PM, not AM.
Does anybody, well, I was just gonna ask, does anybody have any issues with it being in the morning? I don't, majority of my people are ratepayers and they go to work, or they're all ratepayers, but they're all employees that work.
Yeah, I got to say, evenings are the best. Yeah. I mean, even when we did our town hall, that would have been daytime, there would have been nobody there.
No, and that was even, I had a couple of talks with some of the clubs that are in Chipman. And majority of them are just there for coffee in the morning. You wouldn't get many people showing as compared to the evenings.
I think the PM is way better.
Our population, ratepayers are all working people, so I'm good work, thank you. Go ahead along.
Yeah,
I'm good with the May 20th, my first one, and in October we can, everybody's pretty much out of the field, but.
yeah, mine is absolutely fine, just make them both evenings.
Yeah. Fix the 8 or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good time, actually, the 6 to 8.
Well, it gives the guys that are off work a little earlier time to come, and then the ones that work a little later still have time to be there too, right? They're not overlapping each other.
This one, these in April aren't gonna go with FCSS's appreciation nights, are they?
No. Next week, I think it's 20th to the 20th.
Yeah, 22nd is the next one. So we don't have anything on the 22nd of April. That's Lamont Square, that's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Be in advance of it as well. Yeah, so,
Well, this would be just an off question, but you could pretty much hold them all. Like, if you pick 1 week out of April and 1 week out of May, hold all of them kind of, because we don't, like, if we set it up now where administration is not coming, and, being last year, the Reeve went to all of them, but the Reeve doesn't have to go to these. These are for his ratepayers for that area. It's that counselor that's in that area. you could pretty much set them all up. Well, does that mean that administration doesn't come? No administration, unless you want them.
Well, I mean, some of the roads, you know, I answered about the roads last year. And I have counted about the road now. I think the administration has to come and, explain, kind of give a bit of support. You can't send me out there alone to answer and say what they're going to do. Roads and water are gonna be, and you can't ask the administration to come every evening for.
Well, no, yeah, no, for sure. Okay, we can just leave it. I just didn't know if anybody needed administration or not administration, so it's just.
If you want, counselor coffee talks and you want 4 town halls. That's, you know.
Maybe a town hall instead of coffee talks.
But then you're not getting to your own personal people in your area. That's, you get the whole town hall, you get everybody, and you get a majority of the population.
That's the question we could all ask, you know, that we'd ask them when we do our coffee talks. Would you prefer to do a town hall or would you prefer coffee talk?
I've had people tell me they would wanna talk to me.
Just you direct.
In my, cause it's just my division.
Yeah.
Cause my division topographically and geographically is totally different from what Roy's is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so they got different concerns of what happens there, and then you get some of them where you get to a town hall. There's no sense trying to get them to talk because you've already had a certain amount of people and they're already like, forget it, you know, people get discouraged, right?
Yeah.
So. I've been asked for just straight coffee talks too.
Yeah.
So. Okay, we'll just leave the dates where they were. I just was seeing if there was a plan, or we didn't
Yeah.
do, but.
That's Roy's on.
Yeah,
Let him come back, put him.
you can go in May, even, like you said, Rodney.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Borowski, does that, just those dates work for you?
Yeah, I'm good with my dates.
Good.
It's PMs, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we ain't no for
And again, this is not, you're directing us to do the advertising and the attendance. So if there's some specific things, we can complete with that.
Just comment that. There's some confusion. What that,
I believe there was a mistake last year.
you know, somehow. Communication doesn't get a good way to make it more visible and clearer when it is. Make it stand up, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you know, coffee talks are still a go. We're gonna keep them same dates. We're gonna just for Mr. and Knock. Make sure that they're right and even. Okay, so can we have the motion here? For the coffee talk.
County Council approved the amended schedule for 10 coffee talk sessions for 2026 with the tentative dates as presented and direct administration to confirm with each councillor specific dates, times, and venues, locations in each division within these dates and to proceed with booking and advertising.
Perfect. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Disposal of surplus equipment, 3.7.
This item is in front of me. Works utilize to operate part of an ongoing operations with 8 graders designated for ongoing road maintenance and 2 graders designated for summer operational programs and winter road maintenance. And 2 spare graders for additional support when needed or when another grader is down for repair. And Mr. Dees can guide us through this report.
So the county's current process for new grader purchases, All new graders are purchased with a 7-year, 10,000-hour warranty. As shown on page 165, the newer graders owned by the county fall under extended warranty, whereas the older graders are coming out of warranty or were not purchased with an extended warranty. To begin with, the delivery of 2 new units included in the approved 2026 budget has been with the delivery of the 2 new units delivered and approved in the budget, we've identified surplus equipment. We're recommending the 2 units that council authorized disposal of as unit 1341 and 1342. Unit 1341 is a 2018 Cat 140 M3 grader. It came with a 10-year, 10,000-hour, 7-year warranty. That warranty expired in 2025. Unit 1342 is a 2018 John Deere 772D. It was purchased with a 5-year, 7,500-hour warranty. That warranty expired in 2023. And as you can see, I've listed all 14 graders we currently have in our possession. So unit 1343 and 44 are now our spare graders. And units 1345 through 1354 are our active units. In the 2 columns that council should look at is second last column is our warranties. So we do still have so 1343 and 44. Those are units that were bought with a 5-year, 7,500-hour warranty. Council previously authorized extension for 2,000 hours to 7-year. So those warranties are expiring in 2027. In unit 1345 and 1346, those have 7,500-hour warranties. At that time, the cost to extend those to 7 years was very expensive, so council directed us not to extend those. 1345, that warranty expires this summer, and 1346 expires in 2027. Based on all of this, we will only have the purchase of graders in 2027. Only 1340 at that time will be the only active grader with a 5-year warranty. That one came with a 7,500 5-year warranty, and we're nearing the point where extending it would not be financially viable. But we are on track over the next 3 years to have all of our graders on a 7-year, 10,000-hour warranty, and keeping our 2 spares to allow us to ensure that if we have the need or if the grade breaks down, we do have an extra unit.
Okay. Any questions or concerns for Darby about these 2? Or these 2? Keep us in the loop and let us know if we get rid of what we get for them. I don't know if it's kind of brand specific or what. We kind of like to see. It helps us know what.
Yeah, the used market has, we in speaking with both of the auction houses we've used and the private sale we had graders last year, the used market is not just graders but construction equipment. Looking at the sale of equipment this year, we're kind of seeing the same trend. Definitely we do get a higher resale on a cat grader versus a John Deere for a similar age power. But it's also used to be reflected in the price, and now the purchase prices are getting closer. So overall, the cats get us a better value when you're comparing similar machines at the same age and similar.
Yeah, we get more money for the cats than we get. So can you let us know what sale they're going into? Because some of the ratepayers want to go let us know what date what sale they're going to let the ratepayers know.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did sell our 2 graders last year through a third party. Price wise, I don't think we made any more money than going through an auction. It did take 6 months and a lot of our time. So my recommendation, we are going to be going through one of the auction houses, likely in middle April, probably in a May sale.
But I think if using that third party though, you're
You don't have to take the offer that's there here, that, if you get a bad sale, we're hosting you with a lot of people.
Yeah, so you pick the grand off, right?
Okay, so we have some information to dispose of these surplus assets.
That Lamont County Council direct administration to dispose of units 1341 and 1342 in accordance with policy 7001.23, disposal of surplus assets.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. Carried. All right, we got a proclamation, National Tourism Week.
Council, the Tourism Week, National Tourism Week is upcoming. It is a coordinated advocacy week for the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, with consistent messages throughout supported from east to west, from Travel Alberta and Tourism Industry Association of Alberta. The purpose of recognizing this National Tourism Week is to raise awareness of tourism economic and cultural value in Canada and advocate for its prioritization. Tourism is one of Alberta's strongest economic drivers. In 2024, 38.1 million visitors spent 14.4 billion, generating about 2 billion in tax revenue and contributing about 11.3 billion to the Alberta GDP. And tourism is Alberta's #1 service export and 4th largest export overall, growing 4 times faster than ever. Tourism creates opportunities for entrepreneurs and investors to chase their dreams while improving a destination. We are all committed to seeing the tourism industry grow in Lamont County, and we sincerely thank our tourism entrepreneurs for their contributions to our local economy. And the proclamation that we would ask the REIT to sign, would ask council to ask the REIT to sign, is on page 169. And it's just to expose tourism and economic development.
Do you have any questions about National Tourism Week in Lamont County? You'd like to make the motion?
Council recognize April 20th to the 24th, 2026 National Tourism Week in Lamont County.
All right, any questions or concerns? None, favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
Thank you.
Now we have Economic Development Week.
Yes, similar to the tourism. Economic development is important to Lamont County and the businesses in Lamont County and relationship throughout the province. So for the 6th year, municipalities throughout Alberta, in conjunction with the Economic Developers Alberta, are amplifying economic development efforts in our province by taking part in our 2026 community challenge. Various Alberta communities will officially proclaim May 4 to 8 as Economic Development Week. Involvement in the 2026 Community Challenge gives communities the opportunity to show their commitment to economic development and to strengthen support for the work of economic development professionals. The International Economic Development Council created the Economic Development Week in 2016 to recognize the work that economic development organizers and professionals do in their communities and highlight the programs, best practices, and individuals that positively impact their lives. Again, here we ask council to ask for leave to sign the proclamation.
Okay, this is just a recognizing development, economic development in Lamont County. Anybody have any questions or concerns? make the motion?
For the Lamont County Council, they recognize May 4th to the 8th, 2026 as the Economic Development Week in the Lamont County.
All right, all in favor? Yeah. Carried, yeah. All right, Ukrainian Day sponsorship for the 2026 festival.
This Ukrainian Day sponsorship is an annual ask from the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village. So it is taking place in the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village, and the annual festival is to start on the August 14th weekend, and you ask for a sponsorship in the $2,000 level. That's the silver level, I believe. We sponsor the festival every year because of the cradle of the Ukrainian settlement in Canada, and the event is hosted in the council in the Ukrainian culture. Last year, we also provided support for a government of Alberta funding request through a letter from the REIF. This year also sees a return to the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village ground after holding at the Alberta legislation grounds last year due to the threat of fire and a dam. This year's celebration holds special significance as we commemorate 135 years of Ukrainian immigration to Canada. Over decades, Ukrainian Canadians have made profound contributions to the social, cultural, and spiritual life of our city, province, and country, enriching community across.
It just says that this one is for August 14th, but August 14th is not a Sunday, it's a Friday. Therefore, be on Sunday. It's usually either the Reeve or the deputy Reeve was in and does a presentation for them. They require a delegation, so. Yes, to go to for sure.
Yeah.
Long distance when you're gonna go.
Yeah.
I can just yell at my back. Yeah.
I will get back to you on when next actually.
Yeah, so we'll just be held on in August.
In August.
We'll write that as amended, whatever.
Yeah, it's probably the 16th.
I would have to.
Yeah.
So, somebody want to make that motion? Any questions or concerns with contributing, sorry, the 2,000, we've done that previous years?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah. Okay. We have somebody make the motion then, please.
Lamont County Council sponsored the 2026 Ukrainian Day Festival to be held in August 2026 at the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village located in Lamont County at the sponsorship silver level of 2,000.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Then we do have another little motion at the bottom that directs me to go to it. So somebody makes that motion, please.
The Lamont County Council direct the Reeve to attend on behalf of Lamont of the county and provide greeting at the festival.
All in favor?
Yep.
Yeah, if we do a lunch now before we go into the committee as a whole, if we have the triangle reports, that may take us a little while. Get to the committee all and keep going. Okay, why don't we call a recess for this 45 minutes work for you guys? Yeah. You're welcome. Or? Yeah. 45. There we go. Okay, take a recess for 45 minutes, return at 12:45.
Yeah, it is August 16th.
Yeah.
When you read into the next one.
Yeah, yeah. So you read. Not as well. You'll. Yeah. Right here's on Gerald. I think we turned them all off. All right, everybody, welcome back to the April 14th regular council meeting. We will continue on with the committee of the whole. So can I have somebody make a motion to take us to committee of the whole, please?
Sure, Lamont County Council move April 14th, 2026 regular council meeting into the committee of the whole at 12:43 p.m.
Perfect. All right, committee of the whole starting off, we format for the triannual report.
Regent Council, before we start this, I would just wanted to confirm that the Ukrainian Day is on Sunday, August 16, between 10 and 5 at the Ukrainian Village. We put that up.
Okay.
Yes, the format of the triannual financial council. This report was done because during the recent town hall event by council chair on March 10th, there was a concern brought forward and noted in the Lamont Leader that there are criticisms regarding the financial statements and the way they were presented and reported. And Mr. Boyko here to report on this.
Yes, so it's also good practice for council to give direction as to what we want to be seeing with financial statements. So this is a committee of the whole, so it's kind of a discussion session. So just wanted to give a little bit of the MGA requirements, what council is currently seeing, and then see if there's any changes or adjustments that are required. So there are essentially two types of recording that are required by the MGA. The first one set out in MGA 268(1)B. And it's that the municipality must ensure that the actual revenues and expenditures of the municipality compared with the estimates in the operating or capital budget approved by council are reported to council as often as council directs. So basically what this piece of legislation says is that council must see the income statement, for using old language, and that council directs how often it's seen. The second part is MJ 276, and that's in regards to preparing annual financial statements that are following the Canadian generally accepted accounting principles for municipal governments, which are in the Public Sector Accounting Board standards, and of course the Public Sector Accounting Handbook, and any modification of the principles that are established by the minister by regulation. And it goes on to say what the financial statements must include, the debt limit, the debt, and that they should be posted on the website and approved by May 1st of each year. So just kind of looking back, council approved the audited financial statements for 2025 at the last meeting, March 24th, 2026, which is well ahead of the May 1st deadline. And as the vote was carried, it was assumed that council had no concerns, and the requirements of MGA 276 are met by the annual reporting. So, and that one is a very structured reporting. The auditor reports, municipal affairs tells you what schedules to have there, and what format that's in. The audits are done by generally accepted auditing principles, so forth. So the big one that council really should look at and be concerned with, of course, is always that the MGA 268 reporting, and that's the ones we commonly refer to them as the internal financial reports. The previous council set this on a triannual basis. The reasoning behind triannual is that it kind of coincides more with the seasons that a municipality goes through. So if it was by quarters, we'd be doing January, February, March in one report. Not a lot happens in January to March. And then it'd be April, May, June, which we'd be just starting to get into the construction season. and then we wouldn't be seeing the construction stuff until, back in August. So doing the triannual, is a good way to do it. You're doing every 4 months. And you're looking at a time which coincides that January to April season is taxes, it's, getting the budgets together, all of that kind of stuff. May to August is when we do our work. You get that reward on that time frame. So that goes along with the triannual basis, but again, the timing, as often as council desires, should be directed by council. So what is provided in those triannual statements to this point does meet the requirement of 268, which is the income statement, and it provides total revenues and expenses for each department compared to budget. And the format is very similar to the auditor's financial statements. And you'll see the report, the report I'm talking about there is page 185 of our package. And that shows the departments and their revenues and expenses. So in addition to that requirement, administration has also been providing additional schedules that are best practices. Excuse me. The best practice is also to have a balance sheet. That is page 184. And the balance sheet goes over what the assets that we hold, such as cash and accounts receivable, taxes receivable, the liabilities, what we hold for accounts payable and debt. The next one that's a best practice is a reserve listing, showing what the status is and the changes in the accumulated surplus throughout the year. And then the third one is the capital project report, showing the amount spent to date and the status of the projects. So what we're doing with the capital project report, and the example on here is on page 188, 189, 90, and 91. And it shows you not only what the amount that was spent and what was budgeted, but also an update as to what the status of these. So these ones were all mostly complete because it was the December report that this sample is provided for. But as throughout the year, you'll see that there'll be different statuses for those particular reports. And then administration is also providing reports that council has specifically requested. And the two reports that were specifically requested was an investment listing. Because the council added this report back in 2022. And council wanted to see which bank things were invested in and what the terms of the investment, as well as the interest rates and so forth. So, and that particular one is on page 186. And then lastly is the aggregate levy report. And so that was again added in 2022. And aggregate levy is a major revenue source in the county. And the bylaws written on the honor system. It's a very difficult thing to manage in any other manner. So definitely agree with the bylaw, but that report is on page 192 and 193. And it goes back a couple of years and shows, by location, what's being reported and when. And just kind of one of the notes, prior to 2022, so this was prior to mine, me being here, council did not receive financial reporting on a very regular basis. And from what I could tell from going back in the records, in 2021, there was only one report throughout the year. And that a lot of the financial information was mostly reported via email, which unfortunately then comes outside of that public sphere. So what I just wanted to give council the opportunity to do at this meeting was to give a little bit more guidance for council or administration, if there are some other concerns that we would like to address. Is there other reports that are important? And maybe not, reports might not be the best word, other areas of concern that the council would like to see reporting on? And is the triannual basis an appropriate time for this council? Does council still feel that that will work for for council's reporting and of course, reporting to the public. And of course, like I said, if there's anything more that needs to be put on here, or if there's anything that could be taken away, that may not be, may be relevant anymore to uh, council's need. And if not, then we can basically accept for information and we'll continue on this process, so. But it's good for council to take that. Take a look at the way we're doing things and make sure that it does meet council's expectations.
Um, we just need to answer an email. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We just take a break. Yeah.
53.
Yeah, 5-minute recess. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the little interruption there. We have to make a motion that we accept as information.
The Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the format of the tri-annual financial report for council as information.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, now we go to the privacy management program.
Yes, we can council, this is something new that was implemented into the Protection of Privacy Act in June 2025. Municipalities have 1 year since June 2025 to implement a privacy management. The privacy management program should be designed to protect private information and let the public and contracted services know how Lamont County is protecting private information.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And must comply with the Protection of Privacy Act. And the privacy management program must be proportional to the volume and sensitivity of the personal information in custody of the public body, and must comply with the prescribed requirements in the Protection of the Privacy Act. And the Protection of Privacy Act also has a regulation that specifies how privacy management program should be set up. It would define a designation of privacy officer, to lay down internal procedures to address the public body's duty under the Privacy Act. Also the creation, use, and disclosure of non-personal data, how automated systems will use personal information, the establishment of a security classification system, the public body process on submitting privacy impact assessments, and mandatory employee training, and a timeline for review. The attached now is our draft privacy program for council's review, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So, anybody have any questions, concerns about the privacy draft program? I think it's just set out, it's pretty much the same as what FOIP was, but now it's the COPA.
Yeah, FOIP is divided into 2 acts now. It's the Access to Information Act and this Protection of Privacy Act. And the Protection of Privacy Act contains this privacy management program aspect. And we'll have it in the agenda for a review. And so the privacy officer would be the legislative officer, legislative success department. And the controls, how we ask the public for private information, what it said on the form, how it is used, the private information is used in public bodies to provide a service. And how it is also defined how social media can be used, how personal information is used in social media. And it also defines our information technology safeguards, what team sort of provide us to protect personal information that we are having on computers. We have defined security levels for our new documents, and eventually define all documents in either public, either documents the documents that have limited access or the confidential. It's very broad, but every new digital document that we enter into our new records management system is defined as one of these categories. Similar to the government as ABD document levels, we have public limited access and confidential. Data matching and data derived from personal information is a new thing that has come up through the volume of digital information that is used everywhere. For example, if we're creating a customer number, a running number, and the first few letters of a name, for example, that would be data derived from personal information, because there's a little bit of personal information in there that we could possibly look up the name when we have this number, this customer number, we know who it is. So this has to be protected. We also have a procedure how we would proceed if we had a privacy breach. This is the same procedure that our Information and Privacy Commissioner of Alberta recommends. Then a new thing is that every municipality has to do private impact assessments on any program, any service that is significantly updated or renewed, or if a new program that uses personal information is developed, then a private impact assessment has to clarify how this information is used, but what it uses it for, and how it could affect personal information in general. All these guidelines that we write in here are also provided to contracted services. Anybody that has a contract with Lamont County has to adhere to this policy in working with personal information should they come into contact with any information that Lamont County uses. Possibly Lamont County sharing personal information with other service providers that uses to provide a service for Lamont County. We would have to sign a sharing agreement that they also follow this privacy management program. Artificial intelligence is relatively new. We have in here that employees and contracted services may use Microsoft Copilot or ChatGPT with a sign-in account to just create statements that are publicly available, or just transcripts, something like that. However, whenever this is used and somewhere publicly available, then it must say the footnote that AI was used to create the statement. Employee training is defined quarterly. The privacy officer must give training to all employees so that everybody's up to date with privacy requirements. And in the end, this policy has a complaint process. If somebody has a complaint to make regarding the collection, use, or disclosure of private information, they can contact the privacy officer. And it has attached the protection of privacy breach notification, and it outlined with the Information Privacy Commissioner. Then we have an attachment that the request for correction or deletion of personal information of oneself. Then there's a sharing agreement to be used with contracted services or other municipalities. And then there's a complaint form if somebody was to make.
If not,
The management program policy as information of direct administration to bring back the policy to the next council meeting.
all right, all in favor? Carried. I'm going to excuse myself from the meeting for a minute. Yeah. So the deputy will take over running the meeting. All right, 9, oh. 10, right? Director's reports. Okay, oh yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, can somebody bring us out of the meeting, please?
Sure. One county committee of Oakville returned April 14th, 2026, regular council meeting at 1:15.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yanis, all in favor? Okay, clear. We have to put in the minutes, so you step up for a minute there.
Yes, I have been doing that, we have to add it,
Okay, thank you.
but it's.
Okay, so that brings us to number 10, director's reports.
There are no directors reports.
Okay, oh, sorry.
Okay, there was this, so.
Just break something in and make them report. Okay, so, okay, number 11, committee reports. We'll start with Roy, is that good? Starting. Committee reports. Yeah, I've got 3 reports. Okay, here's one of the Lamont County Housing Foundation. We had a meeting March 30th. Leadership Pioneer Lodge, 47 residents, 6 vacancy, and 6 confirmed move-ins for the first week of April. Self-contained units, while they're pretty known to be in Madeira, 1 vacancy, that's under maintenance. Dr. Stewart Villa, their school, Heritage Manor in Andrew is full. Oak Park Shipment is full. Villa 75 in Lamont is full. Heritage Court is full in Lamont. Spring Creek Manor in Bruderheim is full. The R&M houses in Lamont and Bruderheim are full. Some other discussion in contract talks with the union. I think we've moved to arbitration with the salary, and that's about all I have to report. Okay, we'll take your. Okay, so that's it on housing foundation. Oh, I got one question. That Pioneer in Lamont said it's 47 and 6 on 6.
It's very close to full.
Yeah, do you have more coming for those 6? Because well, three are spoken for. Okay, just leading 3, I guess. Okay, because somebody had called there and they said they come weeks together, they come weeks. So that's
kind of possible. They can go there pretty quick, but we were close to full.
Yeah, no, 100% good. Okay, so that's one. The seat plan board meeting last night. Residents report, managers report. On some 1 clean. So far this year, our 31st, we cleaned 507,000 bushels. 2025 was 535,000 bushels to this date. And in 24, it was 22,000. We reviewed policies and bylaws on share ownership transfers, document retention policy, and honorariums and per diems. Did hear about some news that the province is going to be announcing a grant program, which the automation project at the plant would likely qualify for. They don't know what the maximum amounts are yet that can be applied for, but it'll be covered 75% by the province and 25% by the seed plant.
So that's it for the Willingdon seed plant. Then on April 8th, the Beaver Hills Biosphere. We had an AGM at 1 p.m. at the Strathcona Wilderness Center. And the Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve Executive is basically the same as it was before. It's just that we have to look for 2 more board members because of 2 resignations. And I'll just give you a summary of what happened since the end of 2025. So for the last 10 years plus, the executive director for the Beaver Hills was Brian Ilnicki, and he worked for us together with the Land Stewardship Center, which Land Stewardship Center had staff, and they worked for other organizations, and they worked on the Beaver Hills website, social media, communications policy, bylaw updates, etc. About 9 months ago, Brian retired, and he was replaced by Bob Montgomery as the executive director. And then we got news at the end of December that the Land Stewardship Center was being dissolved. So we managed to get Brian Ilnicki to come on sort of as an interim executive director while we look for a replacement director for that. So anyway, just in another point, the Beaver Hills Biosphere never really had physical address for the organization. It was the address of the Land Stewardship Center. So since that has been dissolved, there is no physical address. But we have got some good news from County of Strathcona. There's residents on their property 1 mile east of the Wilderness Center. I don't know what range road that would be here. Yeah, anyway, it's 1 mile east of there. There's a residence, and it's in the Beaver Hills area. They're willing to lease it to Beaver Hills Biosphere for a nominal amount, like a lease. I don't know what it is. So that'll be the new home of the Beaver Hills. And we have a new director. And take it from there. We did get all the furnishings, desks, and everything from the Land Stewardship Center that they've given us to us, the computers and everything else. That will be put in the new home to be with us. So that's kind of an update in some of the meetings. The board meeting, 2026 is the date of the 10-year periodical review of the biosphere. Every 10 years they do a review of it. So that paperwork is right by Brian maybe. And there will be some individuals will be coming and doing a site visit of the Beaver Hills Biosphere. We're going to review the policies. And interest. There are 2 people that are coming and they do this. This from Saskatchewan, associated with the Saskatchewan Biosphere. The other person that's involved is all involved. Where these are getting so anyway, there is a reception on May 6th in Sherwood Park, which all of the councils invited to. And, whenever they do the review here, it's sent to the Canadian Association of Biosphere Reserves. From there, it goes to Paris, and we hope that we get our designation renewed. So that's kind of a summary of what happened with the Beaver Hill. There's anybody have any questions? Anyway, I would like to move my report on the Housing Foundation. C plat. Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve.
Okay, thanks, Roy. All in favor, voting on his, report?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
It's really done deal with. Yeah,
You want to go back or?
it's a few people.
Okay, well, we'll give it back to Aaron and, come back. Okay.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Gaddis, done deal. So, I went to the Housing Foundation as well. Roy summed it up real nice. I don't think I need to go on about that. And the next one that I had was the St. Nicole Waste Commission. We had a meeting April 2nd, and in the evening, we've now moved to the Chipman office instead of the hall. So that was a big upgrade for all of us. And, you know, we just kind of talked the last of our budget, and of course, we got our new acquisition out of it. So other than that, that's all I have to report this time. Perfect. So I will, Lamont County Council, like that, Councillor John Hugan, this committee report on the St. Nicole Waste Commission.
Hey, favor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Calc was March 25th, day after our council meeting and that. We reviewed the policy manual, a number of policies, programs and review. They also had strategic plan. They did have a firearms course in Bruderheim a couple of days earlier. That course was a long course. It was a one-day course. She said 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. There, a few people were kind of uneasy about that long a course and stuff. Did some budget talks back and forth. Volunteer Appreciation Week next week was brought up and stuff on there. And that's about all we had stuff on there. So we had on there. Our next meeting is May 20th with the Delk. And last night I had a Lamont Town Library meeting. And basically on that board, there's only one person that is returning. The rest of them are all new people there, the treasurer and everything. So they talked about the signing authority, policy handbook also there. They want to start going through the policy handbook. They are going to be doing board training, which means that if some staff member does not make it, one of the board members can cover for the shift and stuff, whatever works. There's supposed to be a building upgrade or update stuff. They don't have a date from Elk Island on that. Library report on financial statements that went for a little while, and they were trying to figure out back and forth with the books for Portland Heights versus the ones they have at their own spot. Volunteers stuff they are going to have. It's called the Friends of the Lamont Library. We'll be having a hot dog hamburger sale during the town of wide grad sale week day and stuff also. And that was it for our meetings. At Lamont County Council, except Councillor Gerald Jarowski's committee report on calc. And she hasn't got the rest. And the town of Lamont Library meeting.
So I was to attend two meetings. One, I wasn't able to be at, and the other one was right after it in a different town, and I had a little bit of car trouble, flat tire, so I did not make that one. The first one though, Christiane, acting CAO, attended for me. It was the NAGO meeting. They talked about the Highway 28 upgrades, the amount of transportation that's there, their discussions with Mr. Dreeshen. They also discussed the electricity rates and distribution rates for areas affected in this zone. And the healthcare initiatives, I didn't understand that one, what they were trying to talk about there. We're trying to encourage rural kids to stay in rural and fire services, dealing with medical calls, the amount of absences of the fire department and ambulances being in response. And then how we need more nurse practitioners and everybody in the area for rural. So, if there's anything else in this?
Yeah, the healthcare initiative, I think, was to promote rural healthcare and more, to get more doctors into the areas, into the areas, to stay there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been dealing with college physicians and trying to figure out how to keep some of our ladies and gentlemen, X-ray technicians, everybody working in the area. So we don't have to shut them down during emergencies or shut down emergency rooms because we don't have enough doctors and physicians. So that was the only two that I have. Mine are all this next coming week up here. Three of them. So we'll just take it's NAAGO meeting. And the John S. Batuk is the one that I missed. On my way, but did not make it. So, make a motion that we receive Baron White's report on the NAGO meeting as information. All in favor? Yep. Carries.
Okay, next week's gonna be busy for me. I got 5 meetings all next week. We had the kosher thing on April 8th. I couldn't make it there. I had another meeting at 6:30. But from some of the people that were in there, they said that kosher was very informative. That they hadn't, Lamont here, that last Wednesday night. But that's all I got to report for this week. Next week I'll be busy, so we'll have a long report in the next meeting.
All right.
Sorry, can you repeat the part then?
Cool.
That it's a
the weed for Lamont County, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
AOCHIA.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Right. Came from Scotland or somewhere, so it's got a different name. Capabilities. Lamont County, except that we read, what's the report on culture meeting
That's
information.
as information.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, moving on, we don't need to make a motion to take them all as information. Done them individually, so we'll move on to correspondence for action. Basilica Dancers donation request.
Yes, and the Basilica Dancers had requested your donation on 2024 before, and council granted them $250 for their concert. And this year they are asking for a donation for their concert on Sunday, May 3rd at St. Michael's Hall. And would like, what is the price for silent auction or a monetary donation to help them continue aid the purchase of new costumes and keep the dance fees affordable.
Great. Anyone?
We gave about $250 last year.
$250 last night, yeah.
Again.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It's local to us.
Yeah.
Lamont County Council donated $200 to Lamont to self-connected for their year-end spring concert.
All right. Questions or concern? No. All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the rest of the correspondence, we got his information, we've got some time to go through, there's a couple we'd like to maybe point out. I know, one that we got was from the, Dan Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs. We did receive a grant for $5,500 or $5,589 for the fire training services program. That just helps us keep our guys in the fire loop, trained up a little bit better on all their apparatus and training that they need. So,
Was that maybe to cover the one we all had to take all the council?
I think it's some of it, some of that, but the majority of it. It is.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just for the training. It was fire service training.
It's separate.
Yeah, so. You want
Yes,
to
and
go over this? Yeah.
the next one is the designated industrial property resolution. You might have seen the ministerial order towards this in our tax plan report that was adjusted. Here, the letter from regarding this and an explanation if you would like to read up on the designated industrial property requisition tax rate. The next one, 13.3, is a letter from Municipal Affairs. Sorry, I'm regarding the assessment model review. This is just an explanation and with information, frequent asked question, sheet afterwards. For anybody that would like to read up on what happened to the assessment model review and policy updates. 13.3 on page 232 is a letter from Municipal Affairs on the introduced Bill 28. And this is just an introduction. It has received first reading, I believe, and will go to the next reading in let's later in the next month or so. And this is just a simple explanation of what it's about. A big part of it is a change to the Municipal Government Act. The minister has developed an accountability framework for councillors, which should replace the code of conduct that was taken out in the last change of the MGA. Point 13.5 is a letter from Public Safety and Emergency Services regarding the police funding model.
That we sent a letter to them asking them to.
Yes.
To structure the requisitions the same as the way they do with public education funding model, and they said that that is not how they're going to do it. That's not how they're set up. So, just for transparency for the ratepayers, that's what we sent a letter asking them to do that, so that it didn't look like it was part of our tax increase. They sent us back a letter that said, no, we will be the ones.
You're gonna be the bad guy.
To be the one that reports it and collects it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Item 13.6 is just an information from our MLA that we have from India about a grant Kids Can Play program. Anybody can apply and then receive up to $350 for the trial to help cover. And item 13.7 is an update, a news from Fortune Minerals announces process weight the agreement with Secure for plan over the refinery. This is just an announcement of what they're planning on to do, or it might be in the month of item 13.8, CN public. On the end of management.
is one of these, and that it comes up to do something. Item 13.9 is an invitation from the town of Lamont to the 2026 Lamont Parade. Parade will be held on Saturday, July 11th. And of course, we are up at Bradford. And they would like to share this opportunity. And then I have an additional. They would like to talk to the council regarding West Coast Firefighting County. Some information. I think they will come back.
This is a pipeline that they want to build, but if you read down it further, they may follow up over the next few months. So this is gonna be just letting them know that they're talking about coming and talking to us. They've been talking with the indigenous and non-indigenous communities, both in Alberta and BC. So they're gonna probably come in and do a highlight of what their plan is and where they want to take this pipeline. So they were letting us know. All right. If there's no questions or concerns about the correspondence, can somebody make a motion to accept this information, please?
Into the Lamont County Council, accept all correspondence items for information.
Are there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay. All right, at this time, we're gonna move into closed session. Wants to make an argument motion. The council will be closed session at 1:42 p.m. Pertaining to 14th enforcement matter, APIA section 19-1, 20-1, 32.18. And we will be also discussing the release legal matters for 32.18. No problem. Done. Just click. Done. You know,
As far as we get
Yeah.
to here.
for today anyway. We came out at 2:10, the enclosed meeting. It was carried. We have a couple of motions to make. First one, if somebody wants to read the information.
The council direct administration to pay the outstanding balance with Reynolds, Burns, Richards and Farmer LLP as discussed in closed session.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Carried. All right, with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 2:12 PM. Thank you.
We get a briefing.
Yeah.